Okay, let's start.
Took Grant over to eye doctor in Carrington and went to dry dock. Boy, he's got a lot of inventory. He must have $50,000 worth of ARs hanging on the wall.
Yeah.
He does again. He was sold out of them.
Dad bought one the other day. And so I see what you put it.
Yes.
AR-15.
Oh,
Titlick.
He said you could start
he's got
he'll be up here as soon as
6.8 and 3.6
John will
and
be out as soon as
308.
possible.
All the AR stuff.
The ARs, the black rifles, but with
That's good.
Yeah, they pack a lot of stuff in that little store.
That's for him.
Oh, okay.
Clean sheet there.
But they're still getting $3 for a box of 22 shells.
I think that Travis is, he's more reasonable than just about any place else.
Yeah. What he has them priced at, that's what they sell for, and he don't deal on stuff because he's priced them right the first time, so.
Everything in the store.
Yeah.
I bought my pistol. Taylor bought quite a bit of stuff.
One of my sister-in-law's brothers swings through there all the time. He's an anesthesiologist, and he's got more guns than Travis does, I think. But that's one of his favorite stops.
He's cousin to Matt Davis, my son-in-law.
You know, we lost our notary now too. We'll try and find somebody else to be a notary.
Oh, Catherine?
Yeah. She was the one that was.
Is she the one who
notary.
applied? Oh.
Yeah, that's who we just paid for, and now she's leaving.
When's her last day?
27th, I think.
Next week.
Yeah.
I'm lost.
Where's she going anyway?
Fargo.
Oh,
The
state's attorney, your secretary.
She got
Oh, she's going.
She's got a job being a assistant, or what do you call it? Legal assistant or something like that.
pretty big pay raise, I
For,
see.
Yeah.
for a law firm?
In Fargo.
I think
Yeah.
so. She says a group of younger people or
Is
something.
she married or not?
Yes.
Yes, she's married to,
A guy from England.
Yeah.
Has he already worked on that area?
He's in England right now.
Oh,
But his
she's a
sister's
daughter
in
to Dennis Kubishta.
Yeah.
she's what?
She's Dennis Kubishta's daughter.
Oh,
You know Dennis.
yeah, sure.
And see, her
Catherine.
sister is in Ireland,
Oh,
and she'll be home and she'll be in Fargo too.
Are they moving down to Fargo then?
Mhm.
She's driving from home.
Because the reason they moved back here is to help her dad farm. So she'll be driving back and forth,
Oh, wow.
yeah.
So Janie is advertising? I didn't see.
Yeah, he's in there.
it was in there this
Oh,
week.
it's in the paper? Oh.
Oh, I missed it too, I guess.
Call the meeting to order, Riggs County Commission, 1:02 PM on March 21st, 2014. Please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, roll call. John.
Aye.
Ron,
Here.
Dale, John.
Aye.
Joyce here. Agenda. Are there any additions or corrections to the agenda? was one change that was made just not so long ago, or two actually. One of them was the budget process. I just wanted to talk about that because it seems like part of our cash flow management trouble in 2014 has been a result of the budgeting process going into 2014. And the other one was some discussion on the petition, on the, not on the petition, but on the combination of the auditor's clerk's office. And you didn't change that, we're just gonna talk about it under that agenda.
Okay.
So that agenda hasn't changed. Does anybody else have anything?
No.
I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as received.
I'll move to approve the agenda as received.
It's been moved that we approve the agenda. Is there a second to the motion?
I moved second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Same sign, or opposed, same sign. Motion carries. I hope everybody had a chance to review the minutes. I read them this morning. Did anybody find anything that just so everybody knows, down on the bottom of page 10, that's where I asked Cindy to make one change prior to the meeting. I don't know if you guys have gotten to see that. And that was, I just thought, the discussion there with Marina about the contracts was kind of paraphrased, and I asked Cindy to re-listen to the tape and put it in there as a quotation, so we knew exactly what was said. Did anybody else?
Wayne. Hi.
Anybody else have anything?
No, I didn't.
If not, I would entertain a motion to dispense with the reading of the minutes and approve them as presented.
Yeah, I'll move to dispense with the reading and approve them as presented.
Motion by Ron, is there a second?
I'll move to second.
Seconded by Sean. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, page 12 are the bills as presented. I saw this, Cindy, this is a question for you. I see that $100 Bank of the West rent is earmarked to come out of the emergency fund. Can that really come out of the emergency fund when?
That's how they set it up.
It doesn't seem like the proper use of the emergency fund.
It's up to you, you can change it, but that's when they did it, they set it up that way, the same way when they rented the trailers, when Welker had them, and when the sheriff was sitting over here because they were moved because of the issues down in the basement.
So the original, and I didn't go back and find the original resolution, was to utilize the emergency fund for the rental of that property until it is no longer needed.
I'd have to go back and find it and read it.
I don't know the time frame on it, but there was an emergency resolution to
Rent.
rent fee, yeah, and, but at that, from my recollection, it didn't name the Bank of the West, but
Right.
I'd have to go back and read that
But
again.
even so, moving out of this building over here wasn't an emergency.
Correct.
But they couldn't move back into their office.
Okay.
There is more than just the mold issue in the sheriff, because when the water leaks between the two walls.
No, I'm
down
not
there-
arguing that point.
Okay.
They had to move out of those trailers, but that wasn't necessarily an emergency. That was my only comment, but that's water under the bridge probably at this point.
Right.
Other than,
They had to move out of the trailer to build the building.
yeah, no, but they
Could move the trailer.
knew it a long time beforehand. I don't think it really qualified as emergency, but
It's out of the emergency fund?
Hopefully this is the last payment. If it's not, then we have another one next month, because I called them, because they've been after me for a workers' comp report, and we haven't gotten a premium yet, or premium sheet. And I told her it'll be just monthly, because we don't know when we'll be gone.
Is there an
Well,
end of the lease, a time frame for the lease to be done?
End of May,
There is.
if memory serves correctly. Wasn't it the end of May?
It could be.
so then there'll be 2 more payments.
Yeah, I think that's what
May,
it was.
may not, because I don't think I don't know. Because I thought it was actually before that, but I could be wrong too.
Bob said the end of May.
Did you say the end of May? Okay. It's up to you, because if you want to pay it, then you'll have to pick some fund to pay it off.
Well, if there's only one left, I guess it's.
You guys.
Is this for April or is this for March?
This is just for April. Because we had paid in December, I think, for 3 months. And right then I thought we were riding and we could get out at least and not pay for the last, whenever they decided to get out of it, but like I said, I could be wrong.
I don't know if it's under bills or not, but I suppose it is indirectly under bills. Have we been reimbursed on the grant?
For Bob's?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it was the full amount.
For the radios, you mean?
Yeah. It was 50,
55,385.
yeah, and I think it was supposed to be 800 and something.
And that went where? Into the general fund?
It went into the general.
Yeah.
It should go in DES. Yeah, general DES.
Mhm.
There is a
We
thing
paid it
for,
out of
to
DES.
put money in there.
Okay.
Mhm.
That's because if he does get reimbursement for grants, and that's where it goes.
Right, but it's gonna have to remain untouched because it needs to go back. Well, unless you put it in the DES right now, are you gonna put it right back in there and replenish the DES, or are you gonna wait in a general fund and do it at the end of the year?
You have to, that is up to you guys how you wanna handle it.
Okay.
Since the money is back in, it's really up to you.
Well, it's easier if we can do it that way, because we basically overdrew that account, and now if it goes back in, that would be the easiest, if it can do it that way.
But most of the time they would allow them to spend their budget if the money came back in.
Yeah,
So it's up to you on how you wanna do it.
yeah, I think that's fine, it gives us, we don't have to be worrying about doing that at the end of the year then.
It's not a statutory requirement that we
No.
do something else.
I think. We do a reconciliation at the meeting like you did the last time.
Right,
Once
but I
a year.
mean, when you get that reimbursement in, there's not a statutory requirement where it has to go.
Well, it got treated as if it was a budgeted item is what happened.
Right.
It wasn't, but it got treated that way.
Mm.
I understand.
I don't know if
But it
there's a
can go back.
statutory, but most of the time, when the money goes out of a fund, you bring it back into that fund.
Okay,
I'd have to actually
That's-
look it up if it says,
but I mean, that seems like the right thing to do.
yeah, and it came out of the general, so it went back into the general.
Okay.
But there is an actual line item for DES.
And that's
no
where,
reimbursement.
that's actually where the check went out of, the DES. We
Yes.
overdrew that account or overspent that account.
Yeah,
And if it was done right, it would have been as revenue into that account anyway.
right,
So
it's just that you don't
yeah.
show it.
Right, it should have been set up that way.
Yeah,
from the
if it was set
start.
up correctly, it would have been.
There should have been a
We
budget.
just, we did treat it as if it was set up correctly. It wasn't.
If you look at his budget, most of his budget is supposed to be reimbursed on that one, half at least.
Okay.
What is the Bank of North Dakota, that 120,000?
That is our first payment
On,
on the new building, the bond payment. And there should be money in that account to pay for it.
Okay.
That report you get every month, so we have to
oh,
look at.
it's just a
under-
payment, it's not the full bond, correct?
It's just your yearly pay. We have to make 2 payments a year. One is now and then one's towards the end of the year when you pay the interest.
Okay.
They charge us for an interest too. So
So
right
this is-
now on the new,
What page you on?
12.
12.
we have 129,756.56 in that fund right now,
Okay.
Before we pay it.
before we pay it.
Yep. Mhm.
I think the one to construction engineers, we've got to talk about, I think. I mean,
I have the wrong report now.
it's 177,000 and, you know, the key thing on it.
This thing?
I'll wait till he's done.
Don't I have the right one?
If we can't pay it, we
You
have
have
to
a
submit it for
yearly one, I
payment,
think this
right?
one's the
Just
monthly
like
one,
the
it's the
others.
monthly date, but it tells you right here how much money the new courthouse tax.
But there's no money here to pay that.
This one you won't have any because we took all of these out of here and put them up in general. But I have to have, any levy has to have their own fund.
There's a 40-some thousand dollar payment to go on that yet at the end of the year, right?
Because
What's
we
that?
used to.
Yeah, I think
do it
so,
down
in the
here, and
fall,
we moved it
yeah.
up into general. If you pull out the expense revenue report that you got, under general. Revenue general. And there is no money budgeted in there, but there is a line item for it. Right, it should be right in here. There's EOC, general EOC grant. That's right. Anything that had a 0 does not print anymore.
That's right. Because,
So I have to reprint it.
well, see, it wouldn't print anyway. It
No,
wouldn't,
it
it'd be
doesn't.
because, well, I mean, but it wasn't a legitimate line item because it wasn't created at budget time. It was created partway through the budget cycle in 2013. That's why I had a 0 balance starting, as a 0 balance, revenue balance, and that's why it didn't carry over, because it wasn't a line item that was created at budget time. It was added after the fact.
It was after that.
Yeah, and that's why it doesn't carry through to the next year's budget.
But if I didn't have a 0 out, it would have still printed it. It just
Yeah.
left it blank.
There was 4 of them that had that were created midway through, and they had a 0 starting balance, and that's why they always had a negative. That's why they always had a negative balance. in it. Yeah.
The next one I think we should talk about is that construction engineers one of 177,000. The architect has certified so far through the first 4 payments 1,384,602, and the building authority has been paid 1,622,626 and 40 cents. So we have,
Construction engineers have been paid.
yeah, that's,
Yeah.
what did I say?
Building authority.
What's that?
Building authority.
Oh, construction engineers has been paid by the building authority, the 1,622,000. So right now, as it stands, with the last payment that the building authority made, they've been paid 238,000 more than the architect certified.
Including this 177.
Yeah, after that 177,
Right, yeah.
they're still overpaid 238,000.
Yeah.
If you pay this. If you pay this, they're 238 over.
Yeah, I think that's,
Okay.
yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Yep.
If we-
No,
But
but
they're
they're in,
still owed that amount, those amounts. Even though the architect doesn't certify them, construction engineers is still owed them. You know, they still bill for them.
Yeah, but I mean, should the taxpayers pay something that the architect's unwilling to certify? I mean, it's putting the taxpayers at
Well, in
risk.
the end, you'll have to, I mean, the guaranteed maximum price is the guaranteed maximum price, that's what you have to pay.
Yeah, but
Whether it's certified by the architect or not.
I don't know. I mean, if the architect doesn't certify it, I don't know what happens. I mean, if it goes to court, I suppose, because the
Well, every time the architect certifies it, she says that you can pay either the amount we certify or the full amount.
We could
And
pay the
you
full
want
amount.
to pay.
I'm just saying, I'm not very comfortable paying more, using more taxpayer money than what the architect certified. They're the professionals and the experts.
But there is a reconciliation period following the construction phase where they iron those things out, is that correct?
Well,
I mean, there's less that's not certified now than there was 2 months ago.
in one scenario there is, but in another scenario there isn't, because there hasn't been enough holdback in this project. We're not holding back enough. Theoretically, construction engineers could get to the point where the holdback is there, run away, and we wouldn't have any way to
Any recourse whatsoever.
to go through the books and balance it out. They would just negate what money they had and say, we're done. And then we would be forced to file in suit with them. And under the Century Code regulations, it strictly states that any contract entered into over $500,000 has to be accompanied with a 20% holdback. And that hasn't been done.
This contract is written with a 5% holdback.
That's correct. And the fact that Griggs County signed that contract, again, was a violation of the Century Code. So it should have had a 20% holdback, but secondly, it never should have been signed because it has no funds associated with it. If Griggs County or any county can go sign a contract obligating the citizens to X amount of dollars without having the funds in place first, why do we have a democratic system? Because you could go sign a contract with construction engineers and say, build the courthouse. When it gets done, we'd have to go to the citizens and say, where's the money? And that's what happened here. So right now, we have to assume that contract is valid, but in actuality, it isn't. But we have to perform as if it's valid. So the $177,000 is not, as it's labeled here, general EOC grant. The $177,000 is the balance left due to construction engineers, and both the building authority and the county are liable for that. There is no breakdown of it in the contracts. The gross amount is the responsibility of both parties. So if we don't pay this, which we can't pay it, we don't have the money, the building authority doesn't pay it, we're both in default. That's just the way this thing was written. There's no way around
No, I
it.
understand what you're saying. And we won't have the money unless the DES reimburses
So some flow starts in
the request. Is that correct, Connie?
But I think at last meeting, I think Ron made the point that they did have the money and they were probably willing to float the issue until hopefully the DES grant comes through.
Ron Helmerson.
Yeah.
Not Ron Knoll.
Yeah.
And really,
That's what I thought too. I was surprised to see this on here. Can you shed some light on that for us, Connie?
Not any more than what was said at the meeting. That's what I know.
yeah. So we're all in this boat together. The county and the building authority are both.
And you know, I believe they would
Yeah.
float to.
I think that's the only option. I mean, unless you see another option, I mean, I've only been associated with this for a few months now, but
Until funds start flowing from the EOC grant,
yeah.
you really don't have.
It's in there because construction engineers asked that it be in there,
Right.
so.
And I believe Ron is correct that the normal chain of events is that until those funds are certified, we're not obligated to pay them. We have the ability to pay them if they haven't been certified, but up until that point, I don't think we are obligated to pay them.
That's my understanding.
Yeah.
But we could.
That's the way I read it too.
We could, but it probably wouldn't.
Well, the contract states that the architect is the arbitrator.
Yeah.
So we hired them to be the arbitrator. Why would we do something other than what they recommend?
Yeah, it would be,
Yeah.
we could, but it wouldn't, doesn't seem very advisable.
It's actually a little bit different than that. The architect, first of all, is a referee. And then if one of the two parties are still in dispute, then it goes to arbitration, by outside arbitration. And then from there, it goes to court. It goes to litigation. Well, it had the ability to go to arbitration and then mitigation, but in this contract, it will be in arbitration and then litigation. So there's 3 steps in order to try and resolve any issues. I know none of that helps on this $177,000 bill, but I short of the building authority paying that, I don't know what to do.
Is the DES in the process of reviewing the request right now?
I don't know. I was gonna ask Bob and forgot to ask him, so.
I talked to Bob this morning. No, it hasn't been sent in yet.
I know
Had
Thursday
the last
was
pay
still
request
waiting
hasn't
for
been
more.
sent in?
No, there's no request in front of them right now.
Just the preceding ones.
No, they were returned.
Oh, scrapped and then
They all
all
lumped together for one
okay.
request, as I understand it.
Okay.
And as of Thursday morning, I know he was still waiting for documents from CE, but I don't know.
From who?
Construction engineers.
Okay.
I don't know if he's gotten them or not.
Yeah, I think he was waiting, he needed the contracts from the subcontractors
Mhm.
and their pay, their wages.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is a daunting. First of all, if we were to approve it, we would be in violation. If Cindy was then to write the check, she would be in violation because there just aren't the funds to do it. So I don't know what the answer is. But I will just about guarantee you that shortly we'll get a letter as the first letter we got from construction engineers, the building authority and the county in 7 days. Or they're gonna walk off the job. I believe when push comes to shove, Ron's right. I think they've been overpaid. I don't think they have the legal right to walk off the job. But that's just my opinion, because I don't think we're in default because they've been paid over and above what they.
Paid higher than they've been certified for.
But that's, unfortunately, that argument is for way down the road. It doesn't do us any good, but no.
Yeah, they've been paid more than the architect certified. And I believe the architect's gonna go back through all those pay requests and certify even less. Because those payments were based on that $38 an hour being approved. And now they're gonna go back and look at the actual cost of labor, so it's almost bound to be a lesser amount when they go through it the next time. So the next certified amount, based on that alone, it would be less than what they certified before. There may be other things that get added into it and maybe they'll balance out, I'm not sure.
I think her email said you had 400 pages.
Yeah, I tried to get a copy of it, but I didn't get one yet, so. You got a copy of pay request 5?
That being said, if the building authority would just step up and float this till we have a resolution to it, that's the easiest way to handle this. But we have no authority over them whatsoever.
But they did indicate they would do that at the last meeting, if I remember.
That was my impression.
I can't remember if it made the minutes or not, but
The fund balance was still about 900.
plus Ron
on
can't
the
speak
bonds,
for the
wasn't
whole
it?
group.
No.
No, their fund balance is actually about $600,000.
That's what I thought. You gave us that Bank of North Dakota statement. It showed 600,000.
They said 900, but it isn't. We've seen the fund balance from the bank. Unless I was incorrect.
To 600?
Unless,
I think that's right. There was a previous one that said 900 and something.
Yeah.
The Bank of North Dakota one
Oh,
was
okay.
600.
What have they been paid, Ron?
They've been paid, their last check was at 530,000. Or, no, 352,000 in the last check.
77 makes the 5.
Yeah, that made it up to 1,622,000.
The county put some in there, eh?
the 293,000, right?
Oh, into the Bank of North Dakota, yeah, the
Yeah,
county,
but that's with that.
Oh, that went to B&D.
yeah.
That went to B&D.
The 293,000?
Yeah.
And then that was
County paid on
used.
the first payment, it was 133,000 or something. Because the first payment was 413 and then 290 of that came back to the bond, and
Oh, I didn't even have that for some
the
reason.
difference between the first payment and the 290,000 is what the county was reimbursed.
But actually, that 290 was kind of, it didn't really add to the cost because the county got that 290 from the building authority originally, correct? Because the county had paid bills in before the bond came. So what happened was 290 came from the building authority to the county turned around and paid it back to the building authority.
Yeah, I thought that was for Craft Architects, but,
Well, it was, so it didn't add to the, bond fund balance. It was an in and out.
No, it added, 290 added to the bond fund balance.
but then they wrote a check to Griggs County.
Yeah.
It was equal out, it didn't add to the balance in the end.
No,
Because it came out and then it went back in.
Yeah.
See, because what it was done in Griggs
But
County
the
was,
beginning, it adds to the beginning balance of the bond.
Yeah, and then
No.
it came out. when
Yeah,
they
no.
wrote the check.
Griggs County was paying the bills for the building authority before the bond was in place. And then after the bond got in place, the building authority went and paid Griggs County back that money. In turn, Griggs County took that money and then paid back to the bond for the other offices.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's a in and out, and it varied by about $15,000. It wasn't 290, it was 303 and 290 or something. But, so, yeah.
Yeah, I thought after that emergency resolution was passed, they took so much out of the
They
general fund
did.
in emergency, and
Yeah.
that's what I thought was paid
Yeah.
to the building.
It adds
the Bank
to
of
the
North
bond
Dakota.
total.
That added, and then I thought it came back from the Bank of North Dakota later, but,
Well, yeah, they reimbursed us for
Yeah.
one of the payments that we made to either Kraft or.
yeah, that's what I thought. It
But
was,
no, if
for
you
Kraft mainly,
take the big picture, it added to the total amount of the bond.
before it
The
was.
293 out of 96, yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't, because there's $1,600 been spent out of there, and it was a $2.2 million to start with. That equals about that $600,000. Otherwise, it would equal 900, and it doesn't. It balanced, it never added to the total.
It never, no. Because it was paid out and then the 290 went back in. So, no.
And again, the balance of the Bank of North Dakota account justifies that it didn't increase it.
I'd have to look at every line item, I think, in that account to see it come in and go out.
Well, we know what the beginning balance was,
Yeah.
2.2, and we know how much has been spent, and we know how much is left. You know what's been spent, add what's left, and it equals 2.2, it doesn't equal 2.6.
Yeah, that's true, yeah. One way or another, it canceled out, yeah.
But anyway,
With that said,
there's enough money if they choose to pay that, and that's our only way out of this.
fine.
Just for your information, the building authority is meeting Monday morning,
Hmm.
so they could
Okay.
visit this issue.
And I'm sure they're aware of the situation.
So you want that one off of here?
Well,
Well,
somebody will have to put that in form of a motion.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll move to take it off of there.
You gonna approve the rest of them minus that one?
That would be good. Or are you approving all the rest of them?
Well,
You go through the rest of them.
the only other question I had just was on
Yeah.
the taxes paid under protest, 2,090, I was just curious how you, or you, that's a check that you wrote?
When a taxpayer pays under protest, that amount goes into its own fund, the protest fund.
Oh,
And
okay,
we can't touch that for 60 days to
Okay.
give that taxpayer a chance to do something. In
okay.
this case, nothing was done. We haven't heard of anything being done. So after 60 days, we take it out of protest and then we can apportion it to all the entities.
Okay, so you paid it into a special fund? is it?
Right.
Okay.
set
Yeah.
aside until.
Yeah, okay, I understand it
So
now.
this check is just to take it out of that protest fund so we can apportion.
Oh, it's already past 60 days now, it's
Yeah.
going, okay, have it, I got it.
That was the only other one I had a question on.
I think most of the time they're just trying to make a statement, right?
Mhm.
That's all
Most of the
it was ever for.
time.
It was here, you can pay under protest, they say, good, I'm willing to, and then,
Yeah.
I still paid it.
Yeah.
Is this yours?
Yeah. one of those battles where when you win the battle, you didn't win nothing.
Yeah, so I'll move to strike the one, that bill to construction engineers, but approve all the remainder.
Thank you, Ron. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll move the second.
Motion been seconded by Sean. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. Sean?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Troy votes aye. Motion carries. Wayne? You got some stuff for us?
Got some stuff here.
All right. The primary election ballot is in the next to the packet.
Primary election, June 8th, 2010, when we voted
I
at
think
Grace
you already
County.
know, because I already talked to you about it once.
Grace County voted to approve a 5 mil road levy for up to 5 years, and 20% of the 5 mil levy collected in the cities went back to the cities for repairs, maintenance, gravel, and improvements of highways and streets in the county. Now this is going to expire on 2015, but if we don't vote it in now in the primary election, we would have to have a special election, right?
Yeah.
2015.
It's weird because law reads that you can have it 5 years, but your elections are every 4 years, so it's like you vote on it every 4 years.
So the 5 years is statutory.
I'd have to really look it up.
I don't think it is. Way back in, when Ellsworth Brecky was still superintendent, brought it to the electors, and they didn't have a time period. It used to be like a permanent. And it got voted down. So several years later, we ran it through again, and then we had a 5 mil, or a 5 year period. And then it was approved pretty well, you know, but I don't remember what the percentage was like.
Well, I remember it the last time it was on the ballot, but
Yeah. Yeah, and then this says, shall Griggs County Commission be authorized to continue a 5 mil road levy? That's what it was
Okay, so
last
it
time, so
says
it's been
up to
10
5
years now, I
years.
suppose.
so we can, but we don't have to.
Right.
You can, but you don't have to.
20% of the 5 mil levy.
I think the period should be defined within that. You know, the 5 years
It
doesn't.
says up to 5 years.
Yeah, I know.
I think it should
doesn't
say
say
up
when
to
it
6
starts.
years. I think it should say up to 6 years instead of 5.
See his election.
You hit your elections right. It should either say 4 or 6.
Yeah, vote right, I was thinking, but.
Well, you'd have
Either
to,
or.
if this one expires in 2015, you'd almost have to do one more 5 year to get back on,
Exactly.
get on
That's
an
what I
even
I
keel.
mean, if all I was saying is if this thing read for
Oh,
5 years,
Yeah.
beginning in 2015,
Otherwise you're
it
gonna-
would expire in 2020, it would be a normal election.
I see what you
And then go on a 4 or 6 year rotation.
Because if I read this now and I'm voting in 2014, I think this ends in 2019.
Right.
Because I don't know that it was,
Well, I think it probably
Or
would, because
15.
you're just voting on 5 more mills. And then this one is ended, I suppose, when the new one takes over, right?
It starts right this year, so no, you end up a year short again.
Right.
Because it'd be 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18, that's your 5 years.
oh, so then we should make it 4. This is
4 or
going to
6.
replace what's in place now?
Well, no, but I mean, 14, but that would be for the 15 year, because the taxes from 14 then would go to the year 15.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Taxes collected in 14 are for
4 year, yeah.
2015, so
Right.
it would, that's why they have it that way.
But you count your tax levy year, not your year of collections.
Right, so it'd be levied in 14,
Right.
yep.
So it would be in place for another year, but then you'd need a special election to put it in place again.
For, yeah.
And more than likely, they added this 20% of the 5 mil levies go to the cities. That must have been to appease the cities to get it through this, you know, because it did get voted down before. Because of course, most of the money, the taxpayers in the cities voting for money to go to the gravel roads in the county, and I remember when it happened. But.
See, the first time, I don't know if it said that 20%.
No, that's how they appeased the,
No, but I mean, the first time it was approved, because this must be the second time.
yeah.
You know, to
But it got voted down once too.
Yeah, it got voted down before that.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you don't have the 5 mills in the road, what do you have?
Right, oh, no, I'm not, I'm just saying, with the tax burden on the city of Cooperstown right now with the specials and everything else, it might not be an easy deal. I mean, the majority of the voters live here.
Yeah.
But we have to put it forward, but they'll have to decide on it. But I was thinking maybe we should put more bait in there.
What do you mean? Raise the 20%?
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly what I was wondering. I mean, all of my constituents are in Cooperstown, and they would sure like to see a lot more than 20% in there. I mean,
Is that what they said?
no,
All right, then you don't know that.
you're right. I didn't talk to them about that.
I would jump to something that you're gonna, okay, what are you gonna run your road department on?
Yeah, you cut it
Because
down.
if you're only allowed 23 mills with the general fund and the road department,
What,
and we take away the 5 mills,
yeah, I mean, what do you do for the 20%? Do you go to Binford and Hannaford?
Yeah, it goes to Bedford, Hanford, and Cooper.
Mostly, I mean, you probably don't do much in Cooperstown at all, right?
well, I don't know if it's we that do that, it's
No,
paid.
the funds go to Cook.
The funds go to the general fund of the city.
Oh, okay, I thought it was
We
physical
don't
work.
do the work in
I
the city.
suppose it's broken up by population, I would imagine.
It's broken up when the money comes in, they get 20% of it.
Yeah, but
Just
that-
for Cooperstown. Okay, those that pay the taxes in Cooperstown
Oh,
get
sure,
20%
Of the taxes.
the taxes that are collected in Cooperstown.
Yep, so it is proportional.
It is proportional. But actually, we do the whole amount for the whole road, not just the
Yep.
5 mills.
Yep. Yeah.
So yeah.
So it's proportional.
It's quite a bit of money, really. It can add up to a lot.
But the 5 mills is just on everybody in Griggs County.
Everybody in Griggs County, but the townships don't pay 20% to the cities.
No.
That would not be right.
But after you collect that 5 mills.
Or vice versa.
But we don't pay 20% to the townships either.
That's
We
what I
just to
mean,
the
yeah.
cities.
Yeah, you collect the 5 mills, 20% goes to the cities, and the remainder is for the
We collect
gravel
the
roads.
5 mills for the cities, and 20% of that 5 mil that was collected for the cities, it goes to the cities.
So, of the taxes that are collected within the city of Cooperstown, Wayne gets 4 and Blaine gets 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, what about the taxes like that you pay out your farm? then?
They all stay in the
They all-
They
township.
stay
stay in the
in,
town.
they stay in his.
Okay.
So it is.
So it's actually way less than
I
20%.
think I probably understand why they did the 5 years. Just for this very reason, that if it gets voted down, there is still time to have a special election and adjust the verbiage so that we can get it back online.
Well, yeah, you can do it again in November.
And I think that's why there's a lag in there.
And you're covered, I mean, if it doesn't pass, you still have 2015.
Right.
But if it doesn't pass in November, then you're gonna be hurting, but then it actually gives you another year.
You're right. So if it didn't pass in November here, you got 2 more shots at it after that. The primary
For
in
the
June
next,
and the
yeah.
primary in November. And that's more than likely why it's written that way.
So we should leave it alone.
Well,
I think so.
I mean, the chances are, it might, when it comes, this is gonna come up for election for everybody in the county, right?
Right.
Yes.
I mean, there's a much better chance it'll be turned down unless you do increase that 20% and get more city people to vote for it.
Are they even gonna know?
Well, I don't know, maybe not. Maybe that's a good point, but,
They passed it last time.
yeah.
They did.
Yeah, it just seems
And
like
it passed the
if
10.
we were worried that only 45% are gonna vote for it.
But for
we
this to
could
go on the
sweeten pot,
ballot,
like
the
you
reason
said.
it came up for this to go on the ballot, you have to do a motion to do this.
But I think we should leave it as it is, and if the voters so decide that they don't like it this way, we still have 2 more election
just
cycles
one.
to try to
Yeah.
fix it. No, the
You just have
primary,
one.
the primary.
You have the primary this year in June. If this doesn't pass in June, then you just have November.
This will go in the primary.
But it's for 5 years, so we got 1 more year, so we would have the next
Your
year.
elections are every 2 years.
Oh, that's right.
Except for here, we have elections.
Yeah,
every
we-
year for-
All the time.
And the voters of Griggs County approved 10 mills, you know.
Yeah.
here a couple years ago.
Yeah, so
So
we can,
FAR, so that was the first time.
yeah,
Yeah.
so we
I think
can,
they all understand the need for good roads, whether it's in the county or the, because people gotta get to town, school buses, whatever, so.
I guess that's been the
Been really
history.
good.
The history is they have voted for it, so they,
Yeah.
Well, we'll just find out. We'll
Yeah.
vote and
so
find out.
I'm okay just to leave
But
it.
Cindy brought that up, and I think it's a good thing she's on top of a lot of stuff. Otherwise, it would,
Yeah,
who else is gonna remember that?
so you'll put this in the primary.
You have to do a motion
Oh, okay.
to tell me to do that.
Do we have to change anything about the years, 2015 or
Well,
20?
yeah, the years will get changed.
Well, they're not even mentioned in here.
No.
right?
It just says 5 years.
No, it's just 5 years,
So-
as of when
But
you elected it.
just the motion should be that.
But you should actually change it to either 4 years or 6 years,
Oh.
because the way it's written right now, the 5 years, but it says up to 5 years, so it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's just confusing when you're doing levies and you can't figure it out. But anyway, it could be left the way it is.
Or 4 years. All right, yeah, oh, never mind. Yeah, let's leave it at
It
5.
says up to.
Only thing with 4 years, you gotta vote on it again quick.
Yeah,
You know, I mean, if you got a short period, say 2 years. okay.
Bet you're more likely to forget it too,
You know,
6 years.
I
I don't know what the answer
You
is.
guys are the bosses, I just work for you.
I'll make the motion that we use county measure number 2 from the June 8th, 2010 election and put that on the ballot for the June 2014 election.
Can we call it county measure 1 now?
Yeah, we can call it something else, but I mean, as written, county measure 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Been moved that county measure number 2 be put on the 2014 ballot as county measure number 1. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll move to second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, you need to sign this, and then I'll change the roll on this.
Say
Next page, 14, this is the letter from the Dakota Department of Transportation on the opening of our seal coat bid. And the amount is $299,699.13. State feels it is a fair, reasonable bid, and you do requested to sign that and send it in as soon as possible. I talked to Jenny, and she said that their estimate was $303,000, I think, for that.
That was KLG's estimate.
PLJ's engineering
James.
estimate was $303,823. And there was one more bid from Aztec Incorporated, and that was $327,778.72. So it's almost $30,000 less than the next bid up. Guess we would, I can't ask for a motion, but
Who's that? CA.
Me.
whereas the bid in the amount of $299,699.13 for more seal coat. Trucking Incorporated received in the bid of March 14th opening. It was the low bid, whereas the bid is considered reasonable, now therefore be it resolved by the Board of County Commissioners of Riggs County. Will award the Morris Seal Coat and Trucking Incorporated the contract for project SC 2014. Again, authorizes the chairman of the board to sign the said contract. Someone would have to make a motion to the chairman to sign that.
This isn't it. Which contract? I don't have that one in here.
Page 14,
Oh, okay.
14, 15. Yeah.
Okay, that's the resolution then.
Oh, contract.
Letter of
Yeah.
signed by the chairman of the county commissioners and the county auditor.
I'll make a motion that we accept the bid for $299,699.13 from Morris Seal Coat and Trucking Incorporated.
It's been moved that we accept the resolution as presented. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll move to second.
Seconded by Sean. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion?
To accept and sign,
Sure.
well, thank you.
That's what it said.
Okay.
No. To
Is
accept
there
and sign.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. Sean?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Troy votes aye. Motion carried.
Okay. Somehow, it slipped through the cracks or something happened to, I thought we had signed this
I did too. This
maintenance certification.
looks familiar to me.
Looks, yeah. But anyway, it disappeared somewhere.
Okay.
And they would like us to sign, state's attorney has to sign it, county auditor and chairman.
Do you have a freshie?
Pardon?
Got one here.
That one here,
Just tear it out of here.
This, you want?
Oh, here.
had a maintenance certification.
Here we go. This is just certifying that we'll perform routine maintenance on projects that have been funded by the state, right?
Yep. By federal aid.
Federal aid, okay.
I'll make a motion that we accept the maintenance certification, county federal aid project, as presented, just in case we hadn't done it before.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll move to second.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
I received a call from Grand Forks DOT department this morning, and they said they're gonna put load limits on next Wednesday, the 26th of March. And that's when we're just going to put our sign up and that.
That's when our state roads will go on then?
Yep, they're gonna go on, he said the Grand Forks district, the Devils Lake district, and Valley City district will all go on
Same
the
time.
26th.
Okay.
And we will be posting 6 tons per axle. I think that's what Highway 45 is going north out of town here and 765. It'll be 6 tons per axle.
I have to go get another one of these, I think. No, I don't. They'll send it back. Yeah,
I've
they'll
got
send it
one.
back.
I got one in mine.
No, I think they'll send it back. They have to sign it too. So it doesn't matter.
Is it me or is it says county engineer or / highway supervisor?
That's,
Or it says recommended for approval. I don't know why I haven't recommended.
I should have 2 up here. One for us to keep and one for them to, Wayne's gotta sign it too. Let me say it's 2 there.
Okay.
So is Jamie around at all?
no,
Jamie,
I told her I'd try and get it
Yeah,
to her
they're
today.
emergency.
They had a burglary up in Nelson County, and he was trying to get hold of a judge to get a search warrant. He's gonna be here.
Usually they send them back, and this one doesn't have where they send it down.
Well, is that this next document?
I don't think I have any document, whatever you're talking about. Next.
I mean, there's one that starts on page 18.
What are you talking, are you gonna? What are you talking to them about now? I'm sorry, it's usually thing about it.
That one, that's the signature page.
That's one that you
Yeah,
Fine.
we just finished this one, yeah.
Now you got one more, Wayne?
Nope, just the
The North Dakota
maintenance
construction
agreement, and then the one, did you sign the one for the seal coat?
Yep,
For 99,000, that'd be,
but there's another North Dakota Department of Transportation Construction and Maintenance Agreement in my packet here.
yeah.
This is the one you signed.
There's no
Yeah,
signature.
but this is.
No,
Yeah,
there's
there's-
another
That's
one
what
that-
came with
Page
this.
22,
Yeah.
there's.
It was just before it.
Yeah, this came with that,
That was, this
It's
was
just
just
to show,
before it rather
yeah.
than after.
Oh, it's the same thing.
yeah.
So you don't need this executed?
Well, there was questions about that one too, though,
It's a
right?
little-
Remember that,
That's what they sent with this though.
but you found copies where you copied, or printed,
They're
and
different,
copied.
No, that was on
Signature.
that project, they had signed off on that,
Okay,
on that project, it wasn't the file cabinet.
all right. Let's see, yeah, and the last thing I brought up was the load restrictions. And, I was to a 911 conference.
What did this one do?
You don't have that part, do you?
It's different.
Yeah, they're different. They are different.
Yeah, it's different.
Page 17 and 22 are different.
Documents
I was
about it.
trying, eh?
That just took me a little bit to catch up. Got there.
I think that's a copy of the one that you got your signature and Troy's and.
I'll go find it, make sure. But this is what they emailed me, and I just
Good
printed
job.
off what they emailed me, and I thought it was just the maintenance deal.
But you didn't have the original, you had the copy, remember?
Right, but this is, the maintenance is the one that said they didn't have.
Yeah, that's the one we assigned.
Yeah.
Page 22 was
So the other one,
And at page 22, I'd have to go look, because I think this one is done.
Make a motion to take a 10-minute break and get it straightened out.
Been moved that we take a 10-minute recess, or second motion?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Any discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Back to recess. Swing set.
Helps that there's no water here. I don't have to go so bad now.
I'm never with hot water.
how are you doing, John? You had a rush trip to Fargo or
Yeah.
something?
Okay.
Good?
Okay. It's getting old.
Now it's clear out a while ago, there was flakes flying.
Crazy day,
It's just,
Yeah, sure is.
still blowing, sounds like pretty good.
I warmed up a little bit for a few days. I'll see next spring.
yeah.
So it always spoils us, we get in the
Yeah.
mood for spring and warmth and then
See you in winter last night.
And the nice days are during the week and weekends are forgotten. Highways weren't very nice this morning.
they weren't. Am I beyond my limit yet?
There are no limits.
Let's see, what was my time?
You know that from the past.
Oh, yeah, that's.
Anything under 4 hours is good.
Yeah, we don't, 65.
No.
When are they gonna do that seal coat? Have a date lined up for?
We don't yet.
I suppose it could be on any time during the summer, huh?
All I know is there's a deadline that's supposed to be done, by,
October something, isn't it?
yeah, before, requested before that. We have one,
Seal coats go pretty fast.
one seal coat, and it was end of October, or like the 20th. And just bad. Well, part of it was out here and then up by Annetta.
Yeah.
It's just way too cold, and it was sticking, and it was sticking to the tires on the back.
Remember the one year they were doing 200 and I think it was deer season yet, and they. Well, doesn't
That's
have-
probably the same year.
It doesn't have to be 30 some degrees before they can do it. And yeah, it was cold. And I remember that asphalt just cracked. It's funny they even got paid because it wasn't under the right conditions they did that. That's what this was on 200.
I went out there to look at it, and it's already, or I think they recommended approval when I went out and looked at it. There's traction with the wheels of the rubber tired Packards on,
Just made imprints.
ruts. And of course, they come and try to patch that.
Yeah, and then water sits in, and then it freezes. And,
Okay.
Because that's on there, I made a copy for you, but not before.
Well, the project number's on this one, dear.
That's what I'm telling you, it's on this one, but it's not on this one. So they have this,
It's almost like this is an example.
this one's an
Yeah,
example,
one's-
yes. So I'm pretty sure,
Is this
It's
the one
the
you want
same.
7 miles west of Bedford and
yeah,
Yeah,
west of 1 mile?
that was the one.
Or east of North Dakota 1? The chip seal deal.
see, this one
One is,
doesn't have the project number on it.
One of them's a maintenance certification, and one of them is a,
Construction
Construction
maintenance
maintenance.
agreement.
And that's this one.
This one's for the chip seal west of Bedford and.
And that's this, right?
it's the
So
same.
it's done.
What do you mean it's done? That's not done.
so does that go all the way from Binford to McHenry then?
Just to, where Blacks live there.
Yep, on that
This is
curve
the
there.
same?
County line there.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, then you're running into.
No, see, they put the deal in there.
Separate on the Excel file.
Okay, and it's for the project number,
We have it underneath.
I think it's the same thing.
I don't know what's on the courthouse right now.
That other
The
one
first one was different,
Right,
and that's the one they wanted done. They said this one was not done.
but this one needs to be done too, right?
No, this one's been signed and done.
Oh, we've.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Get a ruler.
It's in my desk drawer.
And I shouldn't have put this in here. I thought it was just, I thought it said sample all the way on it.
Oh, there. See, I knew we had got the upper hand.
It's really bad you get it on here.
Ooh, Mrs. Carpenter.
Catholic school.
Call the meeting back to order. Cindy found this agreement that begins on page 18 and goes through page 24, I think.
Oh, with the appendix.
23. And we have reviewed and approved that one. It's already signed. So that one didn't need to be in here. So we'll skip her.
Yep.
Yeah, see there. Signed.
Okay, I put my 911 hat on. And, not only 911, but, project administrator or whatever of the PWs for the 2009 disaster, which, with the completion of the small project monitoring, they were here and they audited all of the 2009 disaster PWs. After that complete process where they did the audit, we were supposed to receive another 3% from the state, because the state legislature allowed another 3% on that disaster because it was such a high price, it cost so much for the state, or for the counties and cities. So the state agreed to pay another 3% on that disaster. DR 1829, if that's what you want.
You know, did this the last meeting.
I went over it after the township office meeting, because I hadn't received this yet.
Oh, I thought you, okay, sorry.
This is a reimbursement of the money. We're supposed to get 16,496. That's 3% of all the PWs. That's the list of the PWs.
So that's on top of the federal funds you received or something?
Yeah. All of these numbers are all federal. They're projects. The actual cost is right here, 563,210. And then, well, the townships turned in their PW or their work orders, or the invoices from the contractor, whatever that shows that the work was done, was audited. But Helena had a bridge that was deemed unsafe over there by,
Francis's.
no, this is straight south of Ron Hedrick's, down that trail there. And every year it would wash out the abutments and stuff, and they're all worn away, and it wasn't worth. The deck was bad and whatever. They allowed us $11,914 to fix that, but the township didn't want to fix it, and we just blocked the road off, closed the road. So Griggs County had received that money, and then also Broadview Township had received $23,180 for one PW, and the amount they turned in was $21,763. So there was $1,417.50 remaining from that also, and that is in 2009 disaster fund. So instead of us sending back the $11,914 because we didn't do that, and the $1,400 for the shortage on the Broadview, I think it was down to Kerber's, that grade. And some of the work was done at less cost than what they allowed. So then they just deducted that amount of $12,532 from the $16,000, and that we received a check, or county did, for $3,964. It's electronically transferred into that, went into that 2009 disaster fund. So then we will have to pay, I believe that's the way we would want to do it, is pay the 3% back to the townships or the county, whichever. Because I had several PWs, but the townships had PWs too, and it amounts to like $188.59, $131.60. Small amounts to go back to the township, but when you total it all together, it's $16,496. And so that would be paid out of what is left in our 2009 disaster fund. And I think there's still going to be some money. I can't remember if it was 24,000 or something like that left in the fund. 24, 29 or something.
24,462.
Is that with the new deposit or
Depends when you deposit.
2,000?
Is that this month or last month?
Yeah,
Where's this month?
So it's not in there then?
Was it in February? I can't remember.
It could be. This letter is February 25th,
Yeah, might have been February.
so it could have been the end of February when it was deposited, probably. So, yeah. So then there'd be 8,000, whatever, something like that.
Is there any regulations on how you spend that balance if the county lets you spend that?
If there's a balance, you can use it for equipment to help prevent future disasters, or you can improve a site. But you'd have to request that particular site then to, you gotta go through the DES in Bismarck and then say, we're gonna use this, we would like to use this money for this, we're going to.
So it'll be about $8,000 left
I think it's
after we pay that, so. through that township, yeah.
Can't buy a pickup with that thing.
Well, I could buy an old pickup.
Sheriff's Department's got one for sale.
Did I? No, I didn't. Well, I got guys that could into it. So anyway, I just wanted to update you on that. I haven't dispersed it out yet.
Do we have to approve that, or do we just do that? Do we need to approve that, or not?
I don't think, I mean, I have to do it. We have to do
Okay.
what's right, I think.
But do you want them to make a motion to, or when do you think you'll get around to getting that done?
I started going through, I have to go through all the PWs in 2009 to find out which number corresponds, because they're all just numbers, it doesn't say what township they are. Or whatever. So I gotta go back to the 2009 file and then,
Or do you want to just a print out?
Well, those will end up being vouchers at some meeting. won't
at
they?
some meeting, there's a,
So,
the voucher, electronic transfer, or whatever from the, still has to be vouchered, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't, yeah, it's still.
so we don't need to do it now.
I want a copy of that.
Pardon?
I want a copy of that.
What else? I was to that 911 conference, and they've had a lot of problems with dispatch. There's 24 counties that are dispatched with state radio. We're one of them. And they're getting a lot of new employees, and all the older employees, they knew that, okay, Griggs County has 2 calls, and then wait 5 minutes, and 2 calls out for, to the fire department or whatever, ambulance, whatever, dispatch. But then someone just had 1, and then there's so many minutes, and another one, and so, but they want to have a standardization of that process, so that when they're getting these new employees that are on the dispatching, so they're not so confused and don't have to look at it to find out, okay, Griggs County wants that, so this is what I'll have to hand out to, like, the ambulance and the fire department, whatever. You want a consistency in paging, 2 pages, and then wait for 5 minutes, that's what they're gonna do. And then they prefer the radio paging, but sometimes our people can't get the pages through the radios very well, they're so hard to understand, scratchy, and so that it's been relayed, or they can get it on their telephone. But they would like to do away with that, which I don't know if that's possible or not, but, and they've got some other ones and different things they want people to follow. They don't want, if there's 5 fire trucks going out, 5 different trucks checking back in saying, yeah, we got the call, we got the call, we got the call. They just want one person to say there's, all 5 trucks are going out or something like that. Because they constantly have calls coming in. And,
How are they gonna do that?
pardon?
How are they gonna do that?
Do what?
I mean, you gotta put somebody in charge, they all know that they just call that one person.
Well, it'd be the fire chief, would be the one, fire chief would be the one that would respond back to the city radio, or the ambulance, first ambulance person that would call back. They gotta know that somebody got the page, see, that's why they have to answer back. We received the page and we're leaving the barn or whatever. So that the dispatchers know, okay, there's somebody on the route to that fire, to that accident, whatever.
So this information is gonna have to be disseminated down through the
Yes.
ranks here, so everybody's
Yes.
on the same
So,
page with this.
yep. I don't know, Bob has maybe gotten this stuff already too, so. But, in the sheriff's department's kind of the same way. They want the sheriff's department to closest, this automatic notification, vehicle fire, closest fire department, and I believe that's law enforcement. Structure fire, closest fire department, EMS, grass fire, closest fire department, law enforcement, and then they got oil wells, which we haven't got any yet. But. So, just wanted you to be aware of that, I guess.
they send that stuff out to the fire departments too, Wayne, so they have it, or do you have to go to fire?
I'll have to go to the fire chief, which is.
Benford, Hannaford, and
Yeah.
Pepper stuff.
And let's see, I purchased my iPad for my sign program. And Bob has a hotspot, I think, that I can use for when it's mobile. But I talked to Travis, I was wondering if I could get a wireless router in my office so that, because there's no way to hook up a iPad to, other than through a hotspot, or I don't want to use my personal phone. I don't know if you can use.
It only uses Wi-Fi.
Pardon?
It only has Wi-Fi on its own.
Yeah.
We'd have to put an access point in, so.
Bob said he maybe had a router.
No, we would just, with the new courthouse, we already have the new wireless system that's going in there. We just had to purchase an additional access point that would be installed in the county shop then to provide that access, so.
Okay. You can't just put a router in there.
Well,
Put it on the phone line.
No, I mean, we've already have internet over there.
Right.
We're doing that connected back here already. So all that is just connecting another access point. So just like you were here, just the access point will be set up there, so. The
Yeah,
routers.
he's gotta do it, it's not like you do it at home, because you're going
No.
to the state.
Yeah.
Right.
He has to do it a certain way. So, because anybody that signs up for any to get on the state one, they have to have an IP address to do it. Like I can't take my
We all
election.
have IP addresses, we all have passwords, we all have.
Right, but it's different with the state. It's just, like, if I want to work on something from here, from home, I have to have that IP to sign in, or the state won't allow me to do it.
They have to have your IP, you mean?
What's going to happen with this wireless system, there's going to be a public and a private wireless network on it. The private one is the state's network, one we operate on. So when we're setting it up, like that new iPad you have, you'll give me, it's called a MAC address. It's a unique identification number of that device only. And we'll put that in the whitelist or allowed list. So it is able to connect to that network. If it wasn't, then it would go onto the public one and you'd be on just a public network that's not connected to the state. So, but for you to happen, we have to add another access point in the county shop. So I can get a price on what that would cost for the access point and installation for it. But it's it would just basically adding. It's a managed access point, so it still talk back to the equipment here and the new courthouse once we get it all set up.
Okay, well, I'm not very updated on like the hotspot.
The basic way it would happen, if you wanted the hotspot when you're out roaming or working
Right.
on site, you would connect via
To the
Wi-Fi.
hotspot.
You would say, hotspot connect, and then away you go. When you get back to the county shop, it would say Griggs County Wi-Fi or whatever we call it. You just say connect to that, you'd be on it then. So, and whether you're here at the courthouse or at the county shop, it would be the same thing. So it would say Griggs Wi-Fi, you would connect to either of them then.
So now, like I'm out in the country, I'm putting the signs into the.
Then you
iPad.
need that hotspot to be able to
Right.
actually connect via the internet.
And that actually goes directly to that sign program company.
Yeah, the sign program company, I'm assuming, is using the encrypted net connection between their software on your machine
Yeah.
and their servers.
Okay, so couldn't he just go through Verizon for that?
He could still, if you wanted, because if you still need to have a hotspot on the road and then have a hotspot in the county shop, that would still work as well too. But
I mean, you buy a mobile, the county must have a cell phone account.
yeah, we have several of those hotspots for the sheriff's office has that.
That's
So
all
just adding another one.
Yeah,
They're
and see,
they're $10 a month, aren't they?
yeah,
I think
It
they're
depends
lower.
on how
No,
much
the
you
data,
use.
data ones is more.
yeah.
I think they're 30, I want to say, but see, we do get a discount because we're a government entity, but I'm not certain.
It might cost so much, but, I mean,
Yeah, because you don't really need to be on to the county's
No.
server, right?
no.
You
Well, that's
just
what I'm
need
getting
a-
at. I don't know if
okay.
I have to be on that.
No, you don't have to be on that. You
Because
just
I'm
want a
not gonna be on
hotspot.
driving out in the country, I'm not gonna be
Okay.
on there.
So he probably just needs to go through Verizon.
It'd be probably better off just getting you a hotspot, because then you'd be able to use it both in the county shop and on the road while you're working then. So.
Bob says he's got this hotspot.
Yeah, I mean, every sheriff's office, every sheriff vehicle has
He said
one.
he's not using it now, so
Then
then,
you're set.
you know,
Then
so
they would just
why
be able
can't I
to use
just?
that, yeah. then we're covered then for
It's
it.
just the
so.
code you put in
Yeah.
the settings.
It'll just run.
Yeah, I mean, is there a code or something you have to punch into?
Oh, there's a sticker on the back, there's pretty simple.
Yeah, it's just a password, yeah.
So maybe I don't need to be on it. If I could just bring that inside the office and,
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, this phone
yeah,
is a
just like a
hotspot.
phone.
You know,
Yeah.
you just, it'll just sync with it and.
Well, it won't be a phone.
No, but I mean, it's no
No,
different. I
hotspot
mean,
is
it's
just-
just,
But that's why I'm asking, do you need it to connect to your computer? The
I don't
iPad?
need to connect to the computer, I just need to connect to the iPad. The iPad is when I'm gonna redo the actual
The iPad's.
work on, but when I get back to the office, I just thought, well, that way I could, if I had a bunch of information and I wanted to download it into that iPad, send it to the AccuSign company, instead of using the hotspot, and I don't know how much data they use,
With the government plan, I believe we have unlimited data because it's a government account. They don't charge addition. That's what's different from the public. I would have to confirm that, but I believe that's the case. So then we're not worried about overage charges for our data usage.
Why do we have a public network in the courthouse?
For lawyers and for people.
For anyone who's not a state employee that comes in, so any public, any person that's wants to come in and do any work as far as filling out forms, any lawyers, media that would come in to request.
Why wouldn't they provide their own data hotspot? I don't know why that's our responsibility, that seems like crazy.
sure does, in today's environment, that sure does seem nuts.
We signed it for 3 years, and after that.
5 years.
Oh, it's 5 years.
5-year contract.
And then after that, then it's done. But it was lawyers that were coming in and other people to use the hotspot.
It's for the public as well, if they come in, they'll use Wi-Fi.
We don't
access.
want them going on to our
Yeah, the state
server.
network, we cannot have them
They cannot
unauthorized
go on
on the
that.
state network.
We have a lot of researchers too in the recorder's office that come in. And like I said, it's for attorneys where they can come to court and have their laptop in the courtroom and plug into them.
And so right now, they're plugging into our server. Which is not
Right
good.
now we have any.
Yeah,
Right now,
they're on the state network.
Oh, they are.
yeah, rest in peace.
All I can say for me personally, I wouldn't hire a lawyer that was that
Inept.
didn't have his own Wi-Fi connection with him, so. In today's modern age, it is for the entity to be providing that seems useless. I mean, every cell phone almost has Wi-Fi connection.
It's
It's just-
hook it up to my phone. But then you gotta be careful with your phone
It
because
just seems like a huge waste of money both in hardware and software and service.
So it's a public network, not password protected?
It can be password protected. We most likely will have it password protected. So if someone comes in there, we would just say, they would ask for a request for the public password on it then.
You probably have to change it every day.
And yeah, we could change it monthly if we wish to. And then we can also-
Well, turn the switch off unless somebody asks for it.
It's not additional equipment. The equipment that runs our Wi-Fi is also running the same thing. The equipment is able to run multiple, what they're called SSIDs, multiple Wi-Fi slots, and still keep them separated from this equipment. So it's not like we have two, additional equipment. It's the same equipment. We're just adding additional network connection to it so that it routes differently. It doesn't go through the state's router. It goes through the public router we'll have here for that. Then.
Providing additional services.
Uh-huh.
For additional cost.
For a bunch of lawyers.
It's not lawyers. It's public. Anyone who wants.
I was just using the metaphor.
I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Wayne.
Thanks, Wayne.
Thank you.
Travis is up. Kelly, are you gonna kick it off, or are you
No.
gonna kick him off?
I'll have you work that, you can explain it better than I
Can you
can.
do the name real fast?
Oh, okay. The domain name, is it 125 a year?
Yeah, it's 125 a year, and ITD asked me, and this is he can explain the donating better than I can.
It's our gracecountyd.gov, so our website, our email, that name has to be registered through a holding company. And since it's a .gov, those have to go through government agencies, so the state of North Dakota. So that's what we were paying for that registration. Then the state pays, I think, the federal government, whoever may be, or the group that's involved in managing those names. So
And it's a yearly expense.
yeah, it's yearly expense.
And I need the okay from you to let the state know that we're doing it for another year.
That's the most expensive domain I've ever.
It's because it's .gov. That's the only reason. Because you can get $10 .coms for a year, you know. But because it's .gov, we have no place else to go get it. It's not like we can pick and choose.
Huh.
It's just how federal government regulates it.
Oh,
Plain and simple. So once you get the feds involved, you can triple everything. Triple stuff.
triple, that's a
Or more.
government efficiency, is that what it's called?
Because when we registered
Lack of
to get that, we had to go through the state, which state submits it to the federal government, and they have regulations as far as what had to be in the name as well. We had to actually say Griggs County had to be in the name.
And if you don't keep it, then we have to go back under the state's deal for email.
Let's see, let me get this correct. They protect the domain names like they're precious, but they don't protect their network.
Yeah.
What's up for you guys? I don't care what you do.
No, I think we should do it. I'm just being smart out.
Like the university said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Neil, I've entertained a motion that can you do this on a 5-year basis? I'm assuming
No.
Griggs County will be here 5 years from now.
They just give me this amount every year.
Okay.
And she sent me an email, and I just have to send her an email back saying, yes, we will do this.
Okay.
And then you will still get the bill on it from the ITD, but it'll have 125 more on it
Okay.
than what its usual monthly bill is.
Okay. Out in the private sector, you can do a longer contract.
Oh, this is all I know. I can ask her. if
I'm
you
not
want.
trying to be painful to you, I'm just. I'd entertain a motion that we extend our domain registration through .gov for another annual.
This is actually through the state ITD.
I thought it said .gov on it.
If you look at the letter that's included in here on page 24,
So we're reimbursing the state for,
they're doing it.
I see.
This Jennifer sent me an email, and it's, and I just have to email her back that you okayed it.
I'll move we renew our .gov domain, GriggsCounty.com, or .gov for a year.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded that we extend our .gov registration for Griggs County for another year. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. Sean?
Okay.
Ron?
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Joy votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you, guys.
You didn't have to do real call on that. This is
$125,
just,
man.
no, you will get the bill for it. This isn't the bill. This is just okay doing it. You haven't spending it yet. You'll still get the bill on it.
Yeah.
Then we'll have to approve the bill.
Yes, then you'll have to approve the bill.
We
We'll
don't
do it
think we'll
again.
have any dissenters.
No, it's Callahan. That's-
Okay. I guess there's questions as far as what the equipment is. Is that the case, or for the video from the courtroom then, or?
Yeah,
I guess I don't know what we're talking about.
Oh, it's
Exactly.
the video distribution system from the courtroom. What this does is, it's similar to the system we have
It's
here.
not in here at all. I don't
Well,
have anything.
is it in the FF&E here?
No, it's that sheet that was included in the grant, the 19904 something or other.
Okay.
19904 is the technology part for, it was included in the grant.
Okay.
Was it an alternate in the grant?
I don't
It
remember.
wasn't an alternate, no.
I guess
It's what we applied for.
Okay.
And were awarded at the state.
But it's not in FF&E. Right, I mean, I don't see it. Yeah, anyway, yeah.
No, but when I,
Is that the most current?
I think that is the most-
most current FF&E?
That's the one Bob Hook gave us,
Yeah.
about a week ago.
Last meeting.
There's something missing out of that.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, I don't see my digitizing on there.
What's that?
I don't see my digitizing on there.
It isn't, because I asked him about that.
You
Oh,
did ask, okay. Yeah, that should be on there.
so
Anyways,
you work with Bob in updating this?
yeah, I'll
Okay.
mention it to him.
I don't know if I have that grant information.
I can run down it.
What are we asking for? What are we?
Okay, when we discussed it, here, you guys, correct me if I'm wrong, Kevin. We discussed the grant. And now within that grant application, we applied for 300,000. That's not the number.
Yep, yep.
We were awarded 149,000. Kelly brought back to us what she preferred to apply for within the parameters of the grant, since we didn't get it all.
Yep.
And what we said is we would like the items in the grant application to be items that were not alternatives. In other words, they reduce the cost of the project to the taxpayers, not increase the cost. Correct?
That's correct. That's what we voted on, yeah.
In those items was the sound system, or the
Video.
audiovisual system in the courtroom.
Okay.
And I don't think we included that in the things that she was gonna put in the grant application, is that correct?
I don't think you discussed it. I think you just decided that you
We
wanted to
did.
do the 70-some thousand for the reimbursement for
The
the
$79,000,
for the finishes, yeah.
On
But you didn't
finishes.
discuss the video distribution or the furniture part of. Because there's the FF&E question about the furniture.
furniture.
But do you want me to get a copy of that video
Well, I'm
stuff?
still lost.
I'll-
Okay, and then the other thing on that, which Travis can actually tell when you're doing copies, is why you can't use the stuff
Yeah,
from here
yes,
to
like-
there.
Yeah.
I mean, right, we had that discussion, and that's why Kelly asked for some technical support today.
But
Because in my brain, carry that stuff over to the courthouse and plug it
yeah,
in.
but I'm still. I mean, why wouldn't that be in the FF&E? I don't understand what FF&E is if that's not in
This,
there.
this isn't an issue to be in front of us. This is an FF&E issue, which is totally the building authority.
But I think it's a cost that is reimbursable in
The grant.
Courtroom grant.
That's
the
what I was
grant,
thinking.
that's why it's in front of us.
So it was included in the original $2.9 million?
Don't know.
No, I don't think so.
If it isn't, then it's not reimbursable unless we kick in the 25%.
Right.
That is
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
Was it included in the original FF&E? I cannot answer that
It
question.
might have been. I mean, it was 243,000 or 400,000. So
I do know I submitted all the different projects when we first started talking about the courthouse.
It was
And that
in the
one of them.
grant
Whether I submitted it,
application,
I'm
but-
not aware of that.
not
It was-
the FF&E.
The ball got dropped.
I did, it was
the
part of
FF&E.
my, I suppose, prices I was giving when the courthouse was started getting proposed.
Okay.
That was one of the projects that was requested of me as far as what would the video system cost to get that moved and upgraded to the new courtroom. So I think my estimate was done, I guess I'm not sure when it was done, what month that was, but.
Had to be before Christmas. She had to have it in December.
Okay.
I seem to remember reviewing that at one point and discussing.
We are taking what we can from here, and then what this is additional, the upgrading of it. The switching system, the main component, the brain of it, is not large enough capacity to handle what's needed there. So that's being upgraded, and also the state requested a larger screen, the television. This is a 55, this one we're going with is an 80 inch. So those two items are the bulk or the majority of the cost on that.
The state requested it, but they don't wanna buy it.
They are buying it. That's the grant they were talking about. That's why we applied for that.
But you
That's
have to pay
75%.
25%.
And this will be in the courtroom,
In the courtroom, yes. And then what we're doing is the equipment that
like a jumbotron, so everybody can watch it, or what?
Yeah, basically, it's the television gonna be in the corner, and then the two attorney benches have hookups for their laptops. There's also a computer. The computer we are taking over there. We already have that. That will be hooked up into the system then. So videos, pictures, anything that needs to present for the case is put up on that screen now. The equipment also is capable of doing what's called ITV. The state of North Dakota is going around and they're adding these to the courtrooms. They're basically teleconferencing equipment. So if we ever do in the future get awarded one, that'll be able to put into that system as well. Then, too. And then what we're doing with the equipment that we can't use is going into the multi-purpose room. So it's not like we're just getting rid of it. Instead of buying equipment for that room, we're putting it in there then, so.
So you're talking about a network switch?
A video switch. It's the
Video
ability
switch.
to take different video inputs and switch them to different locations. So, and this system also ties into the state's recording system that they'll be putting in. So anything that the audio recording in the courtroom, there's a cable that comes off our equipment. They'll go into theirs for recording video and if there's any movies that are played, such as patrol cameras, and so forth.
I don't doubt it's nice equipment. That isn't the question here. The question is how was it originally intended to be paid for, and how is it going to be paid for? And this doesn't mean anything. That cost $19,000, but where was it included in the project? Where does it belong in the project? Whose responsibility is it to pay it? Until it shows up as a check written out of the FF&E for the courtroom, we can't even consider it as a part of the grant application anyway. Because the check has to be written and it has to be designated to the courtroom.
The FF&E budget is not our budget.
That's correct. And if it does go to the FF&E budget and then it is a grant included in the grant, it will lessen the check coming to Griggs County by 25% of the $19,000.
I think this is water under the bridge, this part, isn't it?
Some of it. The printer, that's why I included it, because the printer and the handheld DVD player is something that was also included in the grant. The furniture has been revised, but those two things
So we're talking
need
about
to be purchased.
19,904 plus 1,500, is that what?
Yes.
So,
Well, I don't know what, I mean, is the next step to ask Bob to revise the FF&E budget and make it accurate and include that 19,904 and the 1,500?
Connie, can you?
Let me explain this as I understand this. Let me explain our responsibilities as I understand this. The county commission signed a contract with construction engineers for $2.9 million for specific items included within the contract. That is the end of the county's obligation. Everything else was done through the building authority as it had to be because the citizens had not okayed building this courthouse. So anything else in this project is the responsibility of the building authority. We're already at risk because we, the county, has obligated the citizens to $2.9 million that we don't have, or they didn't authorize us to have. So any of this, for it to even consider it, is beyond our obligation and, more importantly, beyond our control. There's no way we can consider this. It's not ours. It's not our money to be spent because we have been allocated no money. And it's as plain and simple as that. Now, the reason that we could do the paint and fixtures is because that was included in the $2.9 million. So by including that in the grant, we were fine because we were reducing that, we were playing within that $2.9 million.
And that's where I was going with this.
Yeah.
I think this was in the FF&E budget.
What do you mean?
I think this video equipment was in the original FF&E budget.
Well,
It could have been.
It could
When
have.
they first started, their FF&E was $400 and some thousand
yeah, it
dollars.
was, yeah.
Theoretically,
And then they cut it down to 240, then they cut it again. So I don't know if it got cut out at some point.
well, I can't hardly imagine that it would have got cut out if it's something that's
Well, it
needed
must,
in the
I
courtroom.
mean, it's not in here, it's not in this number, so it must have been cut out.
You have to remember the
Neither was the
FF&E.
digitizing, and that's done. So, that isn't really the end all.
No,
Well, that was-
digitizing was in
Yeah, the digitizing was
FF&E to begin
included.
with.
I know, but it wasn't, it isn't in Bob's.
It's not in
is all there
this is only a
But
week
it, but it was
old.
in the 240.
Okay, you guys, you gotta realize that there is no set FF&E budget. The FF&E is a pile of money, and the only way the FF&E budget will be determined is after it's all spent. And you can say, this line item was spent for this line item was spent for this, because there is no definite FF&E budget. It's a pile of money that they're using for their discretion. So until it's defined, and it is never defined, because there's nothing to hold them to that budget. Unless you have strict line item budgetary control, you can't have a defined budget, and they don't. And that's why it keeps changing. We'll know what the FF&E budget is when it's all spent. Then we'll know. Other than that, we have no idea because we don't have control over it.
But I think this was budgeted for.
But not in the
Yes.
2.9 million.
I think it was.
No, I don't think so.
FF&E's not in the 2.9 million.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
That's just the construction costs.
Yes.
Yeah.
The difference between the 2.9 and the 3.5 is where the FF&E lies, and the architect's fees and the pre-construction fees are all within
Bond
that.
issuance,
Now I
yeah.
remember.
Yeah. So we keep having this discussion over and over and over again. It keeps being brought before us, and this is not where it should be brought before. It has to be brought before the building authority. They are responsible for that.
Yes and no.
Yes and no.
Yes and no. Because this actually has to come through you guys to get the 75% and then the county get 25%.
No, but it's a responsibility of the building authority to fund it and build it. It specifically states our contract, the county's contract with the building authority states that the building authority shall finance and construct the project. It has to be that way because we went around the will of the people to get this thing built.
No, I understand.
Okay, so we can't start changing the rules.
But
We're
this-
strictly bound by what we do here.
But this was part of it to cut the cost on the building. And the only way your courtroom grant money works is it has to go through the county, not the building authority.
Well-
Even if it was in the FF&E, it still had to come through you guys first.
But
Understood.
could the building authority write us a check for the 19,904? And then we write a check for the video equipment?
No. Well, yeah, they would have to.
They do.
Oh.
You would have to
No,
reimburse
because
them.
it has to come through you first.
They would have to reimburse.
Because with the courtroom grant, they didn't say yes or no, you know what I mean, on the money funding part of it. So it'd have to come through the county first, get reimbursed, and then if the building authority is willing to pay the 25% of it,
But you.
the non-matching 25.
You just explained the situation we're in, but the situation we're in is because it wasn't planned for prior. You're right, it should follow that way, but the apparatus was never set up to
Right.
make it run that way. So
Right.
we are, yes, if we could back it up, we could fix it so it would work correctly, but we're going down the hill and the brakes were on a long time ago. We don't have a way to go back this up and fix it. I'm not disagreeing with your, how it should have been, but it isn't that way. And I know it's frustrating, but you know, you're frustrated with the wrong people here. This was happened quite a while ago, and we don't have any control to fix it. Again, if we want to spend money that we've been specifically told not to and don't have in the budget, if Troy and I and the rest of us authorize this and you sign the check, we're all at risk.
Connie, go ahead.
I'm wondering about whether the building authority could pay you the 25% match part, if that's something you're going to apply for on the grant. And then, now that, as I was wondering that, and then John made that statement,
I don't know if they can.
how are you going to,
How are we gonna get the grant in regardless?
Yeah.
I don't know that. Somebody needs to tell me that. Even the $80,000 that we've already approved, or whatever that we were thinking, we can't write a check for $80,000. We don't have $80,000.
well, like the
How come
ELC
these weren't budgeted for beforehand?
Well,
We all knew that was gonna happen. I mean, I'm just asking.
Yeah.
I'm not mad, I'm just
No,
curious.
I don't know.
We don't have the answer for you.
there's been one true statement made through this whole thing, the most true statement ever made, and when Ron Halverson said, I guess we should have probably had this as 2 projects. And that was sent about 3 weeks ago at the bank, and that's the truest statement ever been uttered here. I don't know what the answer is.
Is there a solution? Have you guys called the state to figure out if there's,
Well, you could do it the same way you did with Bob's budgeting and money. You put all the money into that courthouse fund.
I thought we put the money in buildings and grounds.
You did, that's what I meant, that one. It'd be the same way you did with Bob's, because when he comes back in, and then you would have the 100% if the buildings grounds is willing to do the 25%. You would get 100% of the money back.
If the building
If.
authority kicked in the 25%.
Yeah, you'd have to get that. That's
Yeah,
what
no,
they
no.
said that.
Let's see, we can't put public money into a private project. The difference between this and Bob's was the grant was public and it went back to the public, but in order to do this, the 80,000 or whatever this is part of the contract with the building authority, so we're taking public money and giving it to a private entity. And right there, you step away a the box. That's the same problem we're gonna have with all the rest of
Because we don't
this.
own the courthouse.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
We don't own the courthouse.
I get you.
Yeah. So it's similar to what we did with Bob, except that was all on the public side. We owned the radios, yeah, the grant was written to the county, meaning the county.
Yeah.
It's the problem comes when we stepped over this line and we have now public and private money. And it's water under the bridge, but there was a provision in this grant to do this, the grant could have been issued to a non-for-profit. And it would cure this whole thing, but that's, again, water under the bridge, it wasn't done, it can't be done now because the grant period closed, but even at the late date, there was a provision to fix this.
So what you're saying is I have to come back and redo it, or, yeah, you said they can give it to a nonprofit, so they'd have to come back and rebudget it for next year to do this.
No, the grant could have been awarded to the nonprofit.
The EOC.
Yeah, they could have, well, no, the building authority could have applied for the EOC grant as a nonprofit.
No, I'm not talking about the UFC,
We're
this is
talking
the
about
courtroom
the
grant.
courtroom.
Right, well, the courtroom grant, I don't know if there's any way to do that, because we're gonna, the money that, the $80,000 is private project. I'm not sure how that works.
I think the grant said local funds. Isn't the bond considered local funds?
You're not catching it though, the building doesn't end up being ours.
It's not ours.
I don't think that was an issue with them. I think that was a non-issue.
It has to be an
Because
issue.
there was a lease in place.
It has to be an issue that was, if that isn't an issue, then why would the exercise of doing it? We had to go around the vote of the people to do it. It had to be private, and has to stay private. I don't know. We need someone's opinion other than mine and everybody else sitting around here, because
Well, Jamie's probably the
someone needs to tell us the legality of this, because you can go through this project line by line, and I don't want to end up trying to answer for what I've done.
Shouldn't we pose that question to Jamie then?
Well, I think the question on the table today, I understand the overall question.
Yep.
Can we even do this? That's the overall question. The question that Kelly had for us today is, if in fact we can, do we include this in the grant application? Which would mean it wouldn't be a $80,000 request after, of course, after the money gets spent, whatever. It would be closer to 100,000. And I think what Travis is saying is video switch that's in place over there today, or here today, isn't gonna go over there. Some of the stuff will move, some of it won't. The difference between what we can use and what we can't use is $21,404. Now, I think what these guys are asking us is if we intend to include this in the project, whether or not we can apply for the grant, in essence, is really our problem as a commission, which I think we need to ask Jamie to get an attorney general's opinion, or do somebody that has more wisdom and knowledge than I do needs to make that, to answer that question, because I don't know the answer to the question.
Well, I would suggest that once the checks are written, that they use those invoices, submit them for the grant, and see if we're reimbursed. If that would answer the question whether or not the
Have the building authority
have the building authority do it,
pay for this out of the FF&E,
we'll submit it.
submit the invoices,
If it's paid, the question is answered.
okay?
If it's not, the question is answered. So then that would answer the question whether they actually can use private funds into the public sector. The risk would be that the $19,000 wouldn't be
Covered under the
covered,
grant.
and it would have to come out of the totally out of the FF&E. And I'm for that. I mean, I guess so we spend 25% of $19,000, $5,000 approximately, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't, and everybody's covered. That's all.
They won't pay it till we've paid the bill for it.
Right. And,
But you said you want the building authority to pay it. right?
well, Kelly contends that it's all public money anyway, and that if the building authority pays it, it's still public money. So let's go on that assumption.
Then Kelly's
asked
gonna
that
have to
question,
find
Kelly?
out, okay, Kelly,
Well, it says right in there, local funds. It says right in the application.
but they wouldn't answer us that day they were up here and that,
I
on
don't-
that. So what you're gonna have to do is ask them if the building authority can pay for and get reimbursed, is what they're here telling you.
And then I suppose it's fine.
And then the building authority will write out a check for $21,404, right? to pay for-
And then
To
you
pay
guys
for
would
this.
have to pay them back the 25%.
No, we would just, the check, because we would have $80,000 already of costs in there. that would come back, so it would just decrease that 60,000 by the 5,000, so we'd get 55,000 back on the project,
Okay, I get you.
right?
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, could the building authority submit for reimbursement of the 21,404 after they paid it? They send that in and say, we need 75% back on this payment?
What now?
Oh, could the building authority pay that 21,404?
Submit that to the state?
Well, they paid that to TJ's, I guess.
No, the thing is what John's telling, okay, with this courtroom grant, the only way they reimburse is after you
Paid
Okay.
for it all.
paid for it all.
Okay.
And then we turn around and ask for requests from what we paid,
Okay.
okay? That's the only way they do it.
We'd like to use the payment from the Bank of North Dakota as proof of payment,
As a voucher.
Yeah.
as a voucher. We don't want, we won't be paid for all the Griggs County funds, it'll be paid by the Bank of North Dakota, and if Kelly's assumption is correct, that those are public funds anyway, it shouldn't matter.
Okay, the Bank of North Dakota will pay the 21,404.
Well, it would pay, actually now it would pay
It only pays
101,000 and
It'll pay 75 of any of your bill.
It'd
Oh, no, the bank would pay the 100%.
Yeah.
It'd be 101,000, I think, if you added 80
Yeah,
plus 21.
that's what it
approximately.
seems like, yeah.
And that would settle the question on
Right.
whether or not, so the 80,000 isn't a risk because if the grant doesn't work, it doesn't work. That had to be paid anyway. We're talking about the extra 21,000, which in essence, Griggs County share is already going to be paid for if the grant is awarded, because we're getting $60,000 back, we would get 55 back. That's unreasonable.
I think so.
Puts the decision
Yeah.
in the correct people's hands, the people that are awarding the money, the people that are giving us the money. Did we play by the rules? And
Yeah.
that's,
Does that make sense?
Yeah, she's just supposed to ask them if the building.
you think so?
I just wanna make sure everybody's clear here, so, because somebody's gonna have to communicate with the building authority what our interpretation of this whole situation is, and see if we can get this thing.
Well, they're already gonna pay the 80,000 because that was in the paint and finishes.
Right.
So it's just the addition of this, and at one time it was in the
FF&E,
correct?
yeah,
I believe so.
in the total,
Was it?
before started chopping away at it.
In the 400,000 or so? Okay.
But again, that's just a pile of money, it's gonna be, when it's used.
Right, there was
it's used
no,
up,
there was no
it's
specific line item chopped, it was just a general overall
Yeah.
FF&E budget.
So when it comes time to apply, to get reimbursed for the grant funds, we'll just use the check from the Bank of North Dakota or the itemized invoice from construction engineers to show that this was paid, and if it works, good,
Yeah.
if not, yeah.
So otherwise it's not gonna work on the 80,000 either.
Right.
No, it's not.
That's right.
It's all or none.
Right, yep.
So that portion's already there.
Unless there's someone to weigh in. Does that help or hurt?
No, no.
It's a start. Let's leave it at that. The printer and the handheld DVD player, include that too then?
I
Did
wasn't.
you?
Yeah, that's what we
I-
included it there,
Okay.
the
It was
21,404.
19,904, and
Oh,
I
I
had
gotcha.
$1,500, make it 21,404.
Okay.
I don't know if TJ's is your vendor for that stuff, but I presume you probably will.
Yes, yes.
So when we have a total on that, we should have a motion that we, if the building authority has paid the invoices amounting to whatever the total is, that we will submit those for reimbursement.
For the quarter.
Courthouse grant. Yep. So can we just do it?
This total or the total?
The grand
The
total,
grand
probably.
total.
I don't have the other.
No, I mean, we don't need that right now, but the grand total of the grant now would be the 101,000.
Yeah, wasn't it like 79 something, so
Yeah,
not
something.
changed?
And we'll just wait until we get those invoices to make that motion. We don't need to do that today.
Yeah, we need the invoices so that they can be submitted for the reimbursement.
Okay.
The way I see it.
Then I guess what do I need to do then for submitting to billing authority for that, or is that? Or who do I need to talk to, I guess?
She needs to call the state first to find out if they're gonna allow
We
it.
are, the biggest problem we have is if, for deadline as far as getting the equipment installed, if they start getting our finished works done, we can't be in there for getting our lifts and then we're also using the lift that they're already paying for.
That's really out of our.
Well, yeah, say if it goes beyond that, then we have to get.
Nobody, it's out of our, we can't.
I know, I understand that. This is the problem I'm running into now, so. But
I think what
understand we
he's
have
saying
no-
is the cost could increase.
Yes, and that's
Yeah,
what I'm trying to make sure everyone's
Yeah.
understanding the urgency as far as getting the equipment ordered, getting it.
You're seeing the building authority doesn't meet till Monday night.
It's coming Monday then?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty quick.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at, as far as when we would.
Which is good, because that other bill, that 177.
Mhm.
That'll work for you?
Yeah, that should work fine, because then we should be able to get everything ordered next week. And get, the biggest thing, we have, the wire should be in stock. That's us getting the mounting equipment in stock. Whether the actual equipment is, that might take 2 to 3 weeks for some of that stuff, but we can be in there working, getting the major stuff done. And then
And
get
if the building authority gives you the go ahead, it's,
Okay.
just be aware that if something happens, you don't get paid, it isn't. We never
No, I'm
authorized it.
not. I'm not ordering anything until I get a check, so.
We're not against it, we didn't authorize it.
Okay.
Okay, did you tell them that you had that down, the laptop? Did you say for
What now?
Travis? John?
Hmm?
Did you?
I gave him my laptop.
Oh,
okay.
I suppose, yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any other questions for me, I guess, then, or?
I have one more question unrelated to this particular subject. The state doesn't have very much controls on their firewall, it doesn't sound like. And I talked to the local legislator.
They don't filter a lot of content, they filter known malware, viruses, I think.
Yeah, I
some-
understand that, we do that too,
but-
but if we had our firewall set up the way they do, the regulators would take our keys away. I know that.
So you want him to get us a new firewall, is that what you're saying?
No, he said there's another way to, it really doesn't do us any good though, because the data is out on the state's server, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that the department's worked on as far as anything with social services, that's all goes to the state servers. We do house data here as far as documents, scanned documents.
Yeah, no, but that stuff's all public anyway.
True, yes.
I mean, who's gonna come and get that? If
They
they
have
can walk in the
yeah,
front,
they-
they
Yeah.
can walk in the front door and ask for it if they want.
Not all true. We have social security numbers on there and everything else. There's
Oh,
stuff that is.
employee
private.
data, yeah, that's true.
So you do need to protect that if there's not the protection in there that needs to be on there.
Well, the state doesn't have the legislature doesn't have the fortitude to protect those firewalls, in my opinion, as they expect other people to do. I mean, if we did that, what they do at the bank, they wouldn't.
I guess I'm not familiar exactly what they're filtering or to what level or to what degree. I was told by ITD that they handle the firewall. We don't have a direct internet connection out here. We have a connection from here to the state's network, whether that's Fargo or Bismarck, and they have different operation centers. And then from there, we get out onto the internet. So everything right now is internal. So this network here is connected to every county in the state. And that's all, they consider that the state of North Dakota private network, and then we go out from there for anything else.
But all our email traffic goes through their firewall.
Yes.
Or I mean, all our internet traffic.
Yes.
Right.
So if I went down to a computer terminal, could I log on to Facebook and
Yes.
Amazon and what?
They don't filter, that's content filtering.
You gotta remember the federal government and the state pushed Facebook and those places and Twitter. When he first started, we did block Facebook and Twitter, but the state pushes Facebook and Twitter.
We do have the option to add content filters or additional firewalls if we do wish to. We can add internal firewalls, what basically they're considered not, they don't face the internet, they just face internally within the systems, which you segregate our networks for that as
So
well.
access at our
No,
terminals is wide
there,
open.
you have to have a password to get on it first.
No, but once you're on, I mean, anything, there's no.
There is some filtering. The state does.
You
filter.
can't go to a porn site, but you can go to Amazon or Facebook or Twitter or.
Oh. That seems odd.
And we do, I guess I should say, we do some content filtering on our antivirus system. Trend Micro has built-in plugins that it will detect what's on their blacklist, basically websites that are giving out malicious code. And that'll block it from that system. The state doesn't operate that, we do. We pay for our own antivirus.
That's weird.
Does the state prohibit certain ranges of IP addresses?
I'm not certain on that. I would think they may, as far as the international. That's only that would be just a guess.
I mean, that's what we do.
Yeah,
I mean, if
there would be
you,
no.
if somebody goes on vacation in China, they aren't gonna be able to use their online banking because we don't allow any IP
Okay.
addresses from that part of the world, or Eastern Europe or Russia.
Well, that's why we went on Google Mail. No one is actually, the only ones that are allowed on the server are the sheriff's department and some welfare.
As far as
The IP outside of the
oh,
building.
that's handled. So our email system is handled through Gmail for government, which basically that means they have to regulate it within the federal government's guidelines. Data servers are housed in the United States. They're only accessible by government agencies and no other entities on there. And that is, you can access that from outside of the state's network. But there is limitations on that too, because Google will do the same thing. They'll watch it. If you're trying to access it from China, they're not going to like that because that's a government server, and that's by federal government guidelines they can't be allowing. That's a breach of information. So
Of course, the Federal Reserve lost all my information, so.
Did you disappear?
their guidelines are not.
You disappeared?
No,
Oh.
somebody breached their system and took thousands of bankers' names and credentials a couple of years ago.
But if we do wish to start, say, if we wanted to filter Facebook or any other website that we are allowed to insert equipment that's called content filtering.
Okay. It just seems to me like we're putting our citizens' information at risk by not doing that. I mean, if there's any validity to the regulatory scheme that's in place in the financial industry, which you would be severely thrashed if you allowed your network to be that open to content. And I kind of agree with the bad people hang out at those places.
The problem with anything that's a popular website is hackers will try to infiltrate those, and a lot of times it's not Facebook itself doing the bad thing, it's their systems get compromised, they put what's called malicious code in there, so you, by going to it, you're opening yourself up to it. An example of this, website EA.com was just compromised last week, and what they were doing is they put code in that looked like it was an Apple login ID, so they were collecting people's Apple credentials for Apple, the Mac companies of that, and it looked like it was legitimate. And it was on EA servers. It was just their system got compromised, and that's the problem with larger Facebooks, Twitter. They become the targets for these things.
Exactly, because that's where people go.
That's where people they get their business.
I mean, it's the same thing with our third-party vendors. When we have to make sure our Adobe's up to date, and our, you know, I mean, there's just.
Yeah, but Adobe was crashed not that long ago.
That's where people go.
I got a letter from them.
You must not have been doing your updates timely.
No, they actually sent letters in the mail.
Adobe
telling
servers got
to watch.
compromised.
I never
Oh,
had
Adobe
Their
server.
Active server got compromised.
Yeah. And they said,
Anyway.
mail.
I think that's something we ought to consider if we're
People
gonna
go.
be.
One other unrelated question, just on the website, what's the latest status of it, or when it might come online, or be done?
I guess we're probably about 3 weeks away.
3 weeks?
away. I mean, we can most definitely get it faster just by just getting the basics on there.
What?
We're talking about the webpage, right?
Yes, website, yes.
How far do you want to take this? Do you want to put the townships on there? Because they aren't charging us for this, right? Is this free?
This has been 40 hours have been paid for already for building the
No,
design.
no,
of the
no,
website.
no, that's not what I meant. I meant the place that we're having the website.
Oh, we're hosting it on our own servers. So we have.
Oh, we are.
There's no cost for space other than actually having that server. And that server can house a considerable amount of money. We one of the new servers we're doing virtualization of it now. So included in that, we're able to add this operating system at no cost to us there, and the operating system itself is an open source one. There's no.
But I mean, would somebody like Broadview Township be able to have an address called www.broadviewtownship, and it wouldn't cost the county anything?
Oh, that.
The township would have to register that.
Well,
Yeah, we can't, that's like our domain name. What I'm saying is, if you're gonna allow them to have a webpage on our
Okay.
webpage,
So it'd be Griggs
Basic
County,
information of it. Just
Griggs
have
County ND.
they would
slash-
come into
okay.
Griggs County and then go under township.
Oh,
And they'd each have their own page for, say, they wanna post their meetings or whatever,
well,
their
yeah.
information.
So there'd be no cost for that.
Well, the cost would be in setting it up and designing it, the
Oh.
initial cost. And as an example of that, if they did wish to post their meetings, we could actually give them, one person in that group, access to just posting their meetings on that website, that one page. And they would just go, upload PDF, hit submit, okay it, and then it would be on the website. So once it's set up, the cost would not be on the Griggs County side as far as adding content. We could allow them or a designated person to be able to add that content.
But we don't know what it's gonna look like yet anyway. I don't know.
I guess my suggestion would be let's just get the basics, let's get it up and running, and then we can always add. We can say
Who's building it?
I am. I'm going through designing it. And then if you wanted to say let's do this with it, say this would be the cost for it, this, and we decide to go forward with that.
That's why you guys are supposed to be talking to them about that. That's why we sent out the emails. Whatever you want on your webpage, you're supposed to let them know.
I don't know what Trail County has, but that's not gonna happen probably. That's a nice website.
So I have to look at Trail, see what they have.
I can do that. Any examples you want to look at or ideas?
It's probably more
it's
than
bad.
we need.
Oh. Well, the
They have 3 times the population we do.
I guess to give you an understanding what we're doing, the operating system that runs the website, I mean, it's a pseudo operating system. It's a package that a group put together already. So a lot of the work's already done. It's really the content and security that we're working on.
It's not gonna look like what we've been looking at.
No.
Are you saying you don't like my webpage?
It just has such limited content.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the idea is too is, reason we're taking so long, we're getting a lot of security done where department heads will be able to actually edit their own content without compromising security of the site. They'll be able to go in there and add whatever they wish to, or update a meeting, or update notifications,
Okay,
and so forth.
after it's done, like Cindy would
Yes.
just push like one keystroke and the agenda would be posted.
Yeah, actually, like,
One keystroke and the
it would be a
meeting
form.
minutes.
So your agenda would have, or you could post your agendas. We could also do
But-
email notifications or RSS.
But I mean, it's gonna be real easy, right?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you don't have to take an hour to
Yeah, if there's
figure
no
out how to
actual
get the
coding,
agenda.
it's just filling out a
Okay.
form, type
All
two
right.
things, hit submit.
All right.
That's it, yeah, so.
This kind of fits under the new courthouse, but I'm gonna go there anyway.
Okay.
Because Travis will leave when I go to the next agenda.
Uh-oh, we're going to new courthouse?
Well, I'm just saying I'm breaking the rules and stuff. I'm gonna do it anyway. How many network, if I walk into an office, is there extra network connections in
Oh,
there?
in the courthouse, yes.
Yeah.
We have, in the total, the courthouse will be 190 jacks of active jacks that are able to.
I saw all that cable run, I figured there was gonna be more than we needed.
That's the idea, that there is a capability of expansion. There's every office, there'll either be a computer and a phone, and those will take up one jack each. The phones are all run off the same network connections as the computers do. So we're taking up, I'm not sure the number of that, I guess, but.
But there must be more than one computer and one phone jack in each office.
Yes, there is. And then what that also allows to do is, depending on how you configure the office, you can just move your desk over there and there's a jack there to plug into it then, so.
Plus you plug in your printers too.
Printers, yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm sure
Wireless.
are all the printers that we currently have networkable, or do you
I
go
would
put
say
some?
probably about 90% of them are.
So
And
you-
that's, anything going forward, we like to do network-based printing because of the ease of, anyone can print from anywhere. And we can also, we have a printing management software on the server that actually monitors print jobs. So how many print jobs have gone to this printer, who printed, which department, and so forth.
I have 3 in my office.
Printers? So if they're old ones, you just put a jet graph card in front of them or something?
Yeah, or it would, we schedule for replacement in X amount of years, and we'll make sure that they get a network card. But anything new is networkable. Older stuff, we would put network interface cards into them. So.
That was a question just because of me personally.
Okay.
What may or may not happen going forward.
So we're going back to something else, we're staying on your courthouse.
And then, do you wish?
Well,
sorry.
I was just gonna see, does anybody else have any questions for Travis? I mean, we kinda have a little pent up demand here, as you might notice today, so thanks for coming.
No problem.
Would you have something you
Hey, I guess, we're talking about content management. Do you wish me to look into cost pricing for systems like that?
Is that an appliance or is it just software?
Appliance. We can get software, but generally those, to manage and run them, appliances are always the better choice, and I would recommend that. So. And then what that does, it basically manages, you can actually look back and say, okay, who went where from within the county, who had access to what, or so.
Let's wait and see if we even get moved over there.
I would say that, maybe we should just sit on that.
Well, the estimate is included with your guys' contract as far as IT work. So the cost for me to go and say, this is how much it's gonna cost, is no cost to you. I mean, there's, estimates are included with our work for you guys, so.
Right, but I think we should, we'll visit about it during the budgeting process,
Okay.
you know. I don't know if Sydney, have you started all that business yet?
because it's changing.
Cindy's got new rules.
Really?
Yeah, a bit. You got this year.
Okay,
She's got rules.
good.
They don't apply to us, we're okay.
All right.
Anybody else have anything for Travis? Okay, thank you, Travis.
Nick.
Thank you, Travis.
Thank you.
What are we on?
Existing courthouse.
Oh, yeah.
Ron, do you have anything to do on existing
Well,
courthouse?
I came here with that sheet metal contractor from Fargo, and we climbed up the steeple, but we really weren't able to see very much. We looked at the gutters primarily, and they looked like they had about a half inch of dirt in them, but we couldn't see any holes.
What was his name again?
Bill at MJ Dawson was the name of the company.
Oh.
I should verify that. Do you know that
Yeah.
company?
Well, Mike Dawson is John Payton's son-in-law.
Oh, I didn't know it was any relation.
He sold the Fargo MJ Dawson. I think he sold it to the guy that was running it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this was
I'll need that name from you then or something.
okay. I'm pretty. I'll double check, and I can't remember Bill's last
And
name.
I locked the door after that, since it wasn't.
Okay, good. But we just couldn't see very much. And really, as far as maintenance goes, it looked like the shakes were in good shape, but that one hip coming down, there's like 2 shakes had blown off of it or something. So I get, but they don't really do shake roofing. I guess at some point in time, we could get somebody to, if there's 10 or 15 shakes blown off, that's kind of a no-brainer to get it replaced, I guess. So I could try to get a shake.
I got some shakes. You want me to bring some in?
Yeah, maybe so. That'll help.
You gotta climb out that.
No, Ron.
why you're here, Bob?
Bob's he's a carpenter guy.
I'm retired.
But he mentioned that probably, if anything, the gutter should be cleaned out with like a pressure washer, and then some of that sealant paint, metal sealant paint, to paint the bottom was about all. because he thought it might have pinholes in it, but I thought there'd be real big holes in it, but we couldn't see any from this part of the courthouse anyway. We obviously didn't go out to look at any other parts, so.
Okay.
And what was it you said, Cindy, though, a wall was leaking?
Yeah, it was supposed to be the one over here,
Is
down where welfare, where their entry is and stuff.
Oh.
Basement wall.
Oh,
Yeah.
I should maybe,
No, I was running from up top down.
so somebody should look at something.
Yeah.
And it's up there, they have to look?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I just wasn't, well, he couldn't have gotten out there anyway, it was all
How
full
could
of
it get by the
snow.
windows? If something was leaking in, up on the top, and get by 2-3 stories of windows before. And then,
No, it's probably leaking around that first addition there.
Oh.
If it was going out in the welfare, that's above it where they tied in there.
oh,
Yeah, I could,
Because that roof comes up against the side of the courthouse.
rather than coming from the big roof. Yeah, I don't know, I guess I'll try to look at it and get somebody to look at it.
Oh, okay.
See if they can figure out where it's coming from, but I didn't bring him out there, I guess I wasn't aware of it.
new courthouse?
You have pages 25 through 31 on the new cover. You have task bill to review and decide whether you're gonna be paying this. And then, Ron sent these change orders, and I thought, since I didn't email it to everybody, that I would attach it to this.
Where are they at?
The change orders?
27 and 8.
Okay, yeah, and I mean, the only reason, and I was gonna have you send them to the building authority too.
We don't really need these, do we?
Well,
This is showing what the difference is now because of the contingency fund, and it shows it above the amount, if you okay them.
well, I wanted to make sure.
There's difference. There's
Yeah, I
a
wanted to make
difference.
sure the building authority was aware that starting with number 7, it increases the GMP. And from 6 prior to that, it didn't change the GMP at all. It just came out of the contingency.
On number 7. Right?
Yeah, starting with number 7, the GMP increases with every change order. And the building authority, I hope, is aware of that, but I don't know if they are or not.
Now, page 26, I think is what, construction engineers,
That's the change directive. We gotta start with one of these, whatever you guys want to start with.
right.
Sorry.
Okay, 25 is the email that Sonia Kraft sent me on page 26, construction change directive.
Okay.
And you're doing it or you're not doing it, or,
Right. You want to explain it, Ron, or you want me to?
Well, let me read it, maybe. and that'll-
I don't know what a construction change directive is.
Oh, why don't you go ahead?
Go ahead.
No, you.
There's construction change directives, there's construction change orders. A change directive is used, well, first of all, a constructive change order is signed by the architect, the owner, and
Construction manager.
the construction manager or the builder. If for some reason there's a dispute on a change order and the owner and the construction manager can't come to terms, a financial dispute, there is this construction change directive, and that can be started between the owner, and it is initiated between the owner and the architect. And what the change directive does, it instructs the builder or construction engineers to do a specific task, and that the payment for that task will be put off till after there's more time to litigate it, or actually the process starts out. If there's a dispute, the architect makes the first call. He or she is a referee between between the owner and the construction engineers. If either one of the owner or the construction engineers disagrees with the architect's assessment, then it goes to arbitration, non-binding arbitration. And if that doesn't settle it, then it goes to litigation. So the way I understand it, and Ron, correct me if I'm wrong, but by signing this, we aren't agreeing to anything. We're just agreeing to the fact that we disagree, and we're instructing the construction engineers to move forward with this Davis-Bacon wage request. So,
But isn't it in there in the first place?
well, it is.
And by
And that'll be
signing this, aren't you
determined in
saying-
arbitration or litigation, I suppose.
Yeah, you're right. Under 2.1.9, it is certainly it certainly is construction
It's
engineers'
implied, but it's
duty.
not specific.
No, it's specific. Well, it
It
is.
say Davis-Bacon.
No, but
It says
it's-
federal regulations, yeah.
Regarding this project.
yeah.
Now,
I'd say Davis-Bacon.
But by signing this, aren't you stating that we didn't do it right?
Well, I mean, that's where.
Who didn't do it right?
The county.
No. We're saying that construction engineers isn't upholding their portion of the contract.
we're instructing them to go back and do the Davis-Bacon accounting.
But this
And
is
they're
theirs,
saying
not
that it
us.
wasn't in the contract, so we're gonna have to pay for it.
That's why they
And
changed
we'll
the
either
wording.
have to negotiate in the end or litigate. If somebody's gonna pay more, or if the county and the building authority have to pay more to get that done, it'll have to be negotiated or litigated in the end.
And
Because they're doing it under protest, but they're gonna do it, and we're gonna figure out what the cost is.
It's whether they're gonna be compensated for it or not.
And what it'll come down to is whether or not 2.1.9 is valid and applies to Davis-Bacon.
Exactly.
And that's what the argument is about here.
Yeah, the sentence that I worry about, I mean, it says there will be administrative subcontractor overhead and profit costs included in the final adjustment.
Yeah.
That's where we're admitting, I mean, we're giving up that they won't do it at no cost.
Right. That's why they changed the wording in it, I would imagine.
But I mean, I'm almost for striking that sentence.
Yeah.
However, just strike the sentence that starts with however.
Well, I think that statement just says that, and it should say there may be, because they don't know there will be.
They say there will be.
Well, see, I think Ron's correct in that, because the last sentence says, these are unknown costs at this time and shall be worked out between the owner and the contractor.
Yeah, I'd like to see us get rid of that sentence myself, but.
And I think it should say there are unknown costs, or there's possibly unknown costs. But this copy or this draft we're looking at has been changed by construction engineers. The original draft written by Sonia Kraft wasn't to this extent.
3.
Yeah, and so this is construction engineers' language in here, and I think we should go back to the original language that Sonia proposed.
I can't exactly remember what that was, but.
Yeah, right.
Well,
right.
it was like one sentence, and it was
Okay.
it's pretty much straightforward on Davis-Bacon.
Was it?
We did
Yeah.
one.
But Ron's right. They are kind of painting us into a box here by saying there will be costs. I mean, the cost could be a penny, but
Yeah,
It doesn't say who's gonna pay them.
yeah, it's almost like the TBD, to be determined,
Right.
and we don't wanna.
We'd be signing what we didn't want to sign before.
Yeah,
They
that's
just-
pretty much right.
They revised it till it got back to where it was.
Yeah, we went around in 3 circles and ended up in the same place.
no. On the other hand, we need to have them supply us with the Davis-Bacon wages in order to have any chance of getting the grant money.
From the subcontractors too, and themselves are probably okay. I'm not sure about their subcontractors.
Well, they're as aware of that as we are.
What's that?
They are as aware of that as we are.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we're getting pushback.
Yeah, I don't know if you think the subcontractors have been contacted? Is that,
I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah, I don't
No,
know.
but the construction engineers.
Yeah, they're aware of it.
They
Yeah.
know we have to have this
Yeah.
done.
But you know, what this states is that we would pay the overage if the subcontractors hadn't been paid Davis-Bacon wages. The owner would be responsible for the wages, the difference in wages.
Yeah, because as far as this reads, construction engineers was compliant with, I mean, they paid Davis-Bacon.
They claimed
wages.
They claim they have
Yeah.
that.
But they're gonna want money for all the
Rest of it.
payroll,
And-
all
and
the the administrative part of it, I guess.
Right, and however, there will be administrator, subcontractor, overhead and profit miscellaneous costs. The subcontractors, they can't speak whether or not they paid the wage, and if they
If they were
haven't,
the
they want to be
prevailing-
made, they want to be made whole.
Yeah.
Do you have the cylinders?
I'm just trying to find it here.
Nah, I don't think I do.
Shouldn't have been too far down. Yeah. I got the last one with the last change.
Yeah, it was just yesterday or day before. It wasn't long ago.
Just when you,
I don't know
working
where that
lunch
came
or?
from. Yeah, I don't know where that came from.
That's usually like in the coachman,
It
they've
almost
got
looks
those.
like a coachman deal.
Yeah, the coachman has about 5 or 10 of those all the time.
I don't know, like I said, I don't even know where it came from.
I bet the coachman. They always tape a spoon to it so Chell doesn't lose his pen.
Really?
Here's
Yeah.
a
Funny,
directive from the 19th.
Is it on the 19th?
Is that one different than,
It should, 19th.
this one is from the 20th?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one.
Is it? Can you read it off?
Oh, Dale can read it.
Okay, this is a construction change directive dated 3/19. It says, you've been hereby directed to make the following changes in the contract documents. Construction engineers shall modify their front-end documents within the specifications as needed and reflect the Davis-Bacon wage rates for Griggs County. These changes shall be posted and documented as being part of this project. And then as follows, construction engineers has agreed not to charge extra money to provide Davis-Bacon wage rates on this project. Construction engineers is concerned with the cost. The subcontractors may pass on to them to comply with Davis-Bacon wage rates. This is an unknown cost at the time to be determined between the owners and construction manager.
I like that one better.
Yeah, a lot better, yeah.
Is that one signed by Sonia too?
Mm-hmm.
I can go print it off.
Yeah, it's been
Down the
signed.
bottom, she's got her signature.
Okay. You want me to go get that one and then you guys can?
The one other thing that was emphasized that in a discussion with Sonia is that by her signing any of this, it is not necessarily saying that that's the way it should be. She's just completing the one step in the process and the ultimate authority. She won't sign anything that has something wrong with it on its face. But as far as the decision process, she doesn't make the decision process. She is the end of the decision process if there's a dispute. So she just initiates it and then it goes from there.
She's not,
She has no liability in it.
well, and she's not trying to recommend a financial decision.
Not until she has to. But although she will, as in the case of the uncertified payroll and things like that, she won't certify it until it's correct.
But I
But
mean, this deal,
here,
she came up with the first draft,
yeah,
they came up with the second draft, and maybe they just verbally asked her for the second.
No,
round.
they
No,
said
it's,
it
there's
to her.
an email.
And this is the one that we got last, but I agree we should adopt that one.
And keep in mind, it doesn't require a construction engineer's signature. This is a signature of the architect and the owner instructing construction engineers to move forward. So they don't have a say in this
It
thing.
needs the building authority's signature.
Yeah.
And-
There
and-
were 4 emails from Sonia, I think on the 19th. Which one was it?
Yeah, we got the one there. So this is actually to get around
And
to,
then-
to solve the impasse and keep the project moving. That's what a construction directive is for.
Yeah, probably just one of those 4 emails had that construction change.
Just one?
There was a specific email from John requesting her to put that change.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
So I think you can find the original one.
The directive was in the subject.
Is that what we want, is
Go find it, Cindy?
Yeah.
print it out and sign it, or?
It was sent at 10:59 a.m.
Yeah, I think we should bring it over and sign. I think we want to get this thing moving forward as quick as possible here.
Okay. This isn't an original, is it?
Well, it's not this one. This is the wrong one.
No, that's the wrong one,
No, I know,
but it is in there.
but you just printed that out here.
Yeah.
Okay,
You can discuss Sonia's bill, pages 29, and if you want to add it with the other bill.
Change orders, we don't worry about, that's the building authority's deal now, right?
Yep.
What?
That's actually the building authority.
No, it's yours. You guys okayed her doing this.
No, I was talking about the
Oh,
change
the
order,
other
change
change order.
orders. No,
Where are we at?
we're on 29, 30.
No, I'm mixed up again.
Yeah, what happened?
oh, Cindy just thought we could skip to page 29.
Oh, I thought you were, well, you already went over this. It's the 28 and is him telling the difference between the change orders.
Okay, but yeah, now we have change order 6 and change order 7.
Yeah,
That's next.
7 changes.
that doesn't have anything to do with that, direct.
7 changes. This change order changes the.
Yes, it does.
GMP.
Right, then, which can't, we don't have the authority to do that. But now 6 is the next one we got. We just did the change directive.
So now we're on page 27?
Yeah.
No, I thought I put these in because they were the ones that you were trying to show us.
But we haven't talked about them yet, I don't think.
Oh, you haven't, so you're gonna do that too.
Well, yeah, we have to actually sign them or not sign them.
Yeah, and
Did I print them out? I don't think I printed them out. did I?
Yeah, they're
Oh,
here.
I did. I didn't know we had to talk about them.
well, yeah. I mean, my main worry was that I wasn't sure the building authority knew they're increasing the GMP with this number 7. But if they do, I guess.
Did they sign?
No, they can't. It takes 2 signatures to increase.
Well, I mean, at least if they have that knowledge.
Right.
Did they sign number 7?
It's not signed here, I don't know. You'd have to ask Connie.
Yeah. 'cause-
I missed the meeting on Monday.
If it's coming out of the FF&E, why would it increase the GMC?
Coming
Which
out of
one?
the contingency. Number 7, we asked them to take it out of the
Well, let's do
contingency.
6.
Oh,
Okay, Ron?
Well, on 6, as long as it's under $2,000, there doesn't need to be a change order. And that's what I thought we asked them last time, or we talked about last time, that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items. And you could, you can take the 1798 out without a change order, you can take the 940 without a change order, or group them any way you want to, but it just doesn't need a change order. They're completely allowed to take that money out of their construction.
How come we're looking
contingency.
at it?
We don't know.
I'm not sure.
We don't know. It was agreed on last meeting
I thought, well,
that they were gonna just put it under. But although this one does come out of the contingency, so by signing it, we're really not increasing the guaranteed maximum price. It's just,
Doing it by the letter of the law,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, it's supposed to be,
at this value, at the 43, 57, 53, the contract states, even though it's coming out of the contingency, that the owners have to okay it.
yeah, these other things are for items that are reimbursable, but not covered by a change order. So we shouldn't be looking at a change order. They should just be taking it out
Yeah,
of that
But
construction.
I thought
to the contingency.
we did.
We did,
They got-
yeah.
They got mixed up. We didn't tell them that. They told us that. That's when they sat there and said, we asked why we needed to give permission. They said, you don't. We can do it without you. But then all of a sudden it comes back here.
Why,
I
who
suppose
put it
they're
in
trying,
there?
I suppose they're trying to show you the changes or letting you know, trying to,
Well, yeah, but they got a place for us to sign. If they're trying to confuse me, they got it done.
But it was still, it's the same one that keeps coming back,
Yeah.
February
How did it get in
24th.
there?
Hmm?
How come it's in our board packet? Who asked it to be in there?
no, Ron sent it out as an email and didn't ask anything to be done with it, so I didn't know what to do with it.
Well, I said, please, I sent it to you and Connie and said, please send it to the building authority
Right.
Oh, okay.
and the county commissioners, so that we're all on the same page.
Right.
So that we all understand that starting with number 7, things are gonna be done differently.
Yeah.
But change order number 6, they're gonna break that into 3 different,
Take it out of the contingent.
And take it out of their
and we
construction.
don't need to act.
No,
on
no,
this.
no.
Okay.
Okay. Change order,
Thank you.
change order number 7
7.
was discussed last week at the meeting,
Yeah.
and Bob gave us the
FF&E.
FF&E.
Yeah, transfer switches are in it.
Building authorities paying for the transfer switches, so you. don't
Right, so
change it.
that's a new point.
Yeah, and it won't be part of the guaranteed maximum price, it will be a separate invoice to the building authority.
Someone needs to inform the building authority, because I specifically sent this to Ron Halverson, and I called him, and I said, Ron, we can't have change orders increasing the guaranteed maximum price. And he said, we're not. I said, well, look at it. He said, no, it says new contract sum. I said, Ron, guaranteed maximum price and the contract sum are one and the same.
Yeah.
And he said, well, I don't believe you. Oh, gosh, Keith Munson. So someone other than me, because of someone has to explain to these guys what they signed and how this thing runs.
Yeah, and that was kind of
Just
my- what
Compare
I started out
the
doing.
contract sum from change order 6 to 7 and it's
Yeah.
different.
It doesn't do any good to try and work with these guys when they're just absolutely either don't want to know or aren't going to take the time to try and figure out how this works. Because it's confusing Ben Manson and the rest of them. One says, yeah, go ahead and do it, and we say, no, you can't, and where do we go? So if someone could step in there and explain that to
I
them.
will try.
Yeah, but and
That
then-
adding $11,046 is $11,046.
But number
Well, then you
7,
have to
Divided by
get-
5 guys is about $2,700.
I've got a little question, I'm not on the agenda to speak about it. Ron, have you gone over this contract? Is it a normal government contract where a change order, whether it costs the contractor more dollars or less dollars, the contractor's getting more money out of it? Normally, that's the way it happened when I dealt with government contracts.
well, I think.
If it wasn't the project you bid on exactly, even if it cost less, you got paid more because of a change order.
I don't think that's right. If it costs less,
It was always that way with government contracts.
I think in this one,
Especially with the Air Force and those kinds of things. It was-
yeah, I don't think I saw that.
Depends on this is an AIA 133 contract. There's a lot of different contracts. And then there were some amendments written into the contract prior to it being executed. But it's a cost plus contract with a guaranteed maximum
It's a pretty
price.
sweet one, yeah.
Yeah.
So the change orders, the difference in the change orders from the scheduled work is they have a 7% markup instead of 6.5. But it's still cost plus.
Yeah, okay.
That I think that's the answer to your question.
Yeah, the part that is kind of still messed up, I think, and Connie could probably verify. I think they added the $74,000 construction contingency and then put 7.5% on that total number, including the construction contingency. And then when they figured these change orders, I think they added 7.5% again a second time. And so I think they're double charging on the change orders.
That's right. Every change order that comes out of the contingency they're actually getting 15% on.
Yeah, and that's not right. Somehow.
And that is correct.
Well, yeah,
I
but
mean, that's correct, that's happening. I'm not
Yeah.
all convinced whether or not the contract doesn't allow them to do it.
well, I don't think it should or does.
Well, it probably shouldn't, but it's right.
So I mean, and we haven't approved it. We haven't approved any change orders yet, but I mean, that's going to be an issue before we ever did approve any. That it,
Yeah.
Okay, did you find our thingamajiggy?
I set it in front of Ron there.
Okay.
oh,
sorry.
Do we wanna go back to that?
Yeah, go ahead. Or is that, I think that's it.
Yep.
I didn't read it, but better read it and make sure it's the right one before we sign it.
Construction change directive number 1. You are hereby directed to make the following changes to the contract documents. Construction engineers shall modify their front-end documents within the specifications as needed to reflect the required Davis-Bacon wage rates for Griggs County. These changes shall be posted and documented as being part of this project. And then down under as follows, construction engineers has agreed to not charge extra money to provide Davis-Bacon wage rates on this project. Construction engineers is concerned with the costs the subcontractors may pass on to them to comply with the Davis-Bacon wage rates. This is an unknown cost at this time to be determined between the owners and construction management. There's a typo in there, but I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I saw that, unworked out or something.
Well, on the last sentence, this is an unknown cost at this time to be determined. There's no D on it. It should be
Oh,
determined.
okay, I guess that's different.
I guess I can change it.
So it's not.
So, are you guys happy with this directive?
Prefer that to the second one.
Do you need a motion?
I do.
I move that you sign that one,
Yeah.
whatever it said.
It's been moved to accept construction change directive number 1 dated 3/19/2014.
Draft.
Is there a second?
I'll move to second.
Sean seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Then, do you wanna give that to Connie?
I gotta copy it first and I'll give it to Con.
Yeah.
But the other one that's signing this is construction engineers, not you guys, and not, oh, they gotta sign up here?
Building authority.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, then the construction manager signed down here. Okay.
They just.
They can sign or
they
not sign,
accept
it doesn't matter.
But I mean that it was in existence, but the purpose of it is to try and settle disputes.
Okay, I think the next thing is craft architects. This document proceeds in, I'm sure all of you are aware, you know, if I would to summarize this, the contract that the county signed with Craft Architects to oversee this project was not the correct corresponding AIA contract that construction engineers signed to build the project. As a result of those corresponding contracts, we have asked and Kraft has performed much more oversight than they had expected. Due to those differences, they have quantified what they feel would be a fair reimbursement over and above what their contract was for the work they have performed up to this date. And I'm no expert on American Institute of Architects contracts, but I tend to agree that they have been really good to us, and they have trusted that we would take these matters into account.
Yeah.
And
They have a legitimate claim here. The crux of the thing is, we don't have the ability to honor that claim. The money for craft architects is paid over and above the $2.9 million contract. And that all comes out of the building authority's funds.
But you guys are paid to do this.
No, we told her that she had to submit the contract for any kind of wage relief she needed. I fully sympathize, and there has to be a way to pay her. The way to pay her is over the bill, is have the building authority authorize it. Because the contract that we signed with her, the payment to craft architects doesn't come through the county, it comes through the building.
Yeah, we said we didn't want to modify the 133 contract with construction engineers, and that means you gotta do more work.
Yeah.
In order to honor the contract that the building authority signed or on the other one.
She's totally correct that the contract that was signed entitles her to that money. Now we just have to figure out a way to get her that money. And the only revenue source available to do that is the bond money at this point. In the event that there's a default, or that they would bring suit against the parties involved, then it could be found that the county would be responsible for it if what she's asking for is actually a legitimate expense that she's entitled to, because we did guarantee her contract. Again, we guaranteed a contract without the funds to back it up. So I'm all in favor of.
And this is only probably gonna be about half of it. I mean,
Yeah.
there's still 4 pay requests to go through.
Yeah.
I'm all in favor of approving what she's asking for. You can't approve it without, maybe you can approve it and then don't have to pay for it. I don't know what the answer is in this one, guys.
I don't either, but.
And the other thing to think of is, in the event that we are found responsible, we're only responsible for the EOC portion of it.
But that's not spelled out in the dollar amount either.
No.
But I thought you guys asked her to do this at one of the 25th meetings, but she was supposed to get a price to you.
Absolutely. She asked what she should do, and we said you have to do as the contract specifies. We can't just arbitrarily say, here's your money. She asked what to do, and we told her you have to do as the contract specifies. She said, well, it says I'm entitled to it. Then you have to send that to us to start the process.
Well, the 133 said she had to do this.
Yeah.
But her original contract, the B132, didn't say that.
No.
So it wasn't in her B132 contract, but we had to have her do it to get the cost together of the 133, so.
Must be an emergency.
There you go.
There we go. Well, I think it needs to be paid, right? And
But you are correct, we should only be liable for the whatever.
Well, yeah, maybe they can argue that everything was going fine until we asked them to do more work.
Well, yeah, we asked them to do it legally. But well, I suppose it could be presented to the building authority on Monday.
Well, I mean, I suppose it could come out of the courthouse and grounds fund. Couldn't it, Cindy?
That's your budget, you can do what you want with it.
I mean, that was set aside for unexpected costs, and this sure is an unexpected
That's
cost.
why we did it.
You know, but I mean, there's nothing in the agreement with the building authority that ties those grant funds to this project. They're just winging it, and without this grant coming through, this thing is just in huge danger, and the building authority is at more risk than the county is. Certainly, this needs to be worked on together to solve this somehow. But again, that's going to take an intermediary between the building authority and us.
I don't think Connie wanted you to look at her.
Sometimes Connie being soft-spoken gets you the job you don't want to get.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be soft-spoken about that. I don't want that.
You know, and before it was really easy because we had extra money. But this year, I don't know. I have no idea.
What's that?
Before we had extra money.
Mhm.
You know, they went through a lot with architects and everything else that was not budgeted and everything, but now I have no idea. Because on my estimate, I was pretty close for the end of the year.
You're very, well, you told me 30,000, it was 29. And that was very close. So, but we do have some money. I think we should make a gesture anyway. I mean, I think they're deserving of that, but I don't know what you do.
Does the building authority even know that they need whatever she's doing for that 133?
I don't.
We talked about it in the Bank of the West basement. You know, Sonia really brought it out. Examples of what she was doing, what her contract said and what that contract said, what the problem was. And that's when we said, I think, that we want you know, to continue looking at the pay request because we want to do it, them to do it as a cost plus. We don't want them to put in those direct costs the way they were doing.
Do you think they got it, Connie?
It all relates back to the grant. We have to have it done this way in order to
Well,
get
if
that
she wasn't
grant.
doing what she was doing, we'd be out in
No,
the field.
Connie needs that information in order to submit it, and unfortunately, at one of the discussions I had with Ron about this grant, and it flabbergasted me, but he said, well, that's your guys' problem.
That's Ron Halverson.
Ron Halverson. Now you know. Ron Halverson. The tape recorder, Ron Halverson. So that gives you the attitude here, even though nothing to do with us, that's our problem. Somehow this has to be worked through because it doesn't matter if it's our problem or the building authority's problem, it's still the citizens of Griggs County's problem.
Either way.
Either way, no matter how it turns out.
So it doesn't make any difference, it's gotta be worked through and fixed.
You know. With that said, maybe we should pay this out of the building and grounds, knowing that it's not the last bill we're gonna get for this. And if we ask them to pay for 2/3 of it, we can do that at some point down the road, because there's gonna be more. I don't want them to lose interest.
Mhm.
Well, no.
They are so important to the rest of this.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, if they say we're not doing it anymore, this thing does fall apart.
Mhm.
It's done tomorrow.
It's done tomorrow, yeah. If they throw up their hands and say,
And they do have that right.
they do.
I'm okay with moving or making a motion that we pay the $15,500 to Craft Architects out of the Building and Grounds Fund, and then we work it out with the Building Authority later to get reimbursed from them.
Okay.
Been moved that the county submit to Craft Architect the amount of $15,500 out of the Buildings and Grounds Fund for work that they have performed over and above their contractual obligations on the courthouse project. Is there a second to the motion?
Is there any way you put in there the reason they did it is to compensate between the two different contracts or not?
Didn't I just say that?
Is that what you did say?
Well, you can
Well,
reference
no,
it back,
maybe
you can reference it back to their invoice.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, that would be good to reference.
Yeah, I mean, I think,
It all
I think
explains
the
it,
motion
doesn't
should, I think the motion should be, referenced back to the price in the invoice, and then that'll explain everything.
Yeah, I think so, I agree.
They really didn't give us an invoice number.
No, there's a date on it, but no.
Date, the invoice date's 3/20/2014, Connie.
Cindy.
It's okay.
Connie. Everybody's Connie.
Connie either wishes she wasn't Connie.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll move to second the motion.
Seconded by Dale. Is there any discussion? Is there any discussion? Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. Sean?
Aye.
Ron?
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Troy votes aye. Motion carried.
Can we take a break?
Make
Need
a
a-
motion to take a break.
need a super?
Mm-hmm. I need to call my dad too.
I made a motion that we take a 10-minute break.
It's been moved that we take a 10-minute recess. Is there a second to the motion?
Move to second.
Seconded by Dale. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right.
Dale wanted to show up for us. Are you available Monday afternoon at 1:30 at Martin County?
I don't know.
At their county shed.
I'll look on my calendar.
Yeah.
I applied for a 206 with the Corps. Your easement was enough for them to go forward and looking into it.
Okay. Did you get a copy?
I got a copy of it. Find it here. It took them forever to find it, but I found it.
30 feet on the
That's
right,
a
on the right hand of the river? Right
On the
side
right-
of the river?
On the right bank of the river. That's it. And further down in there, it says, so there's more easements that we didn't find here. It's further down in there, it says no structures shall be put up unless okayed
By the owner.
by the owner. And the
They're
city of
not the ones
Cooperstown
that
had
shelters and shit.
no, but the city of Cooperstown had shelters, bathhouses, and a diving board down there. Duna Freegard was the lifeguard, and she gave swimming lessons down there. And they had
Right.
boys and girls bathhouses built, so apparently somewhere there's another agreement that we're not finding.
Well, I'm sure Alf just said, go ahead.
You think that's all it was?
Oh, shit, yeah. Back then?
Probably, yeah. 53, probably, like, this was good enough, yeah. Because that agreement would have been with the city and not with the game and fish, I'm sure. But they would like to have some picnic shelter roofs, I don't know if they do this. I know that.
That's a poor spot to put a picnic shelter.
Oh, yeah.
Man, she down there.
Yeah.
They're about 3 feet above sea level.
Some poor road lawyer gives us.
And USGS, have you seen that golf course City where they got that tip up bridge with all sorts of crossroads. They're gonna look into one of those streets. They want to have to 400 For some reason or another, from what I understand, you know where that cable's at there, Troy? Left.
Yeah, the cable is upstream from the dam.
Yep, they've gotta be able to go around to the other side of the cable, because there's some kind of machine they put on there.
Yeah, that
Walks across, and
Yeah.
takes all the measurements.
takes a flow measure.
Yep.
Yeah, I watched them do it when they,
Yep, so they wanna be able to go around there.
they can walk around by Larry's.
Long way around, yeah. But it sounds like it's entirely possible we can get this funded without hardly any dollars put into the hall if the Corps deems it necessary for the USGS
Oh,
to fix.
yeah, they're pretty careful with their money.
If their cost share for 65% of it's under 300,000, they don't even need to go to committee with it, they can just do it. And this 2060, that's just.
There's enough people down there shooting holes and stuff in the spring, I don't know if they want more.
I don't think they need picnic shelters.
Where do they want picnic shelters?
Down by the dam on my property.
That would just be if the garrison diversion gets involved in it. Basically, all they really wanted to know is if the people had the rights to get in there and fish, if they fix it, put the fish ladder in.
If they
And
want,
canoe.
if they
Only on the
want,
right side of the road.
Only on the right side.
You have to be walking south as you cross the property line from Larry's to mine.
Yeah.
And there, the easement is defined as 30 feet from the water's edge on the right side of the river.
From there to the bridge. So if you take the bridge out, where does it quit?
depends on if it's flooding or not.
Will that work out for you, Dale?
Yeah, I
At
think so.
1:30, you know where the county shop is?
Up kind of behind the.
You know where Gillies is?
Yeah,
Gillies
by
out, it's
the-
right across the road.
Yeah,
from
up
Gillies.
behind the airport there.
You just go in the front entrance, hang the first right, as soon as you make that right, you make another right into the water board building there. And I think their commissioner that'll be there will be, Knudsen.
I don't know any of them, I just know the water board chairman, he.
Yeah, Jerry will be there. Their whole board will be there, Marshall too.
I had to dig out my abstract. To find that easement.
Oh, I was reading it, it's pretty interesting. It's
Who's got these?
Game and Fish.
Really?
Yeah.
That was to allow fishing.
At the dam?
Yeah.
And the dam was built, it is a CC dam. What went on with that easement is they put those two wing abutments on it.
Oh,
And that's when that.
so the dam was there prior to that.
Yeah. Dam was put in sometime in the 30s.
So that there was no easement to put that in there. I couldn't find anything in
No,
there.
there's nothing to put it in. Those CC dams went in wherever they could talk to landowner and let them do it, I guess.
But they didn't get an easement.
No,
Well, maybe they didn't need one because you don't own the river.
that's, yeah. 'cause
Well,
the
you own the dirt under it though.
But the abutments didn't run out into the shoreline, or into the banks before, you
I know, but there's dirt under it.
Yeah, it's a
They
strange.
planted it.
It's a strange.
It's just a
easement.
big rock.
Did you know there was almost a railroad built in Texas by a private company? And they couldn't get easements to build it anywhere, so what they were gonna do is divert the water and build it on the riverbed. Because they couldn't do that.
It'd be kind of a windy railroad.
Especially up here in Cheyenne. But they got,
Go 30 miles and go 10?
Yeah.
easements are just nuts when you start reading them. I mean, this one of Troy's is about this long, and all it's doing is giving you 30 feet to follow the riverbank.
Or is there any sunset on easements, or they're binding forever?
That's a perpetual, it says.
Most of them are.
All it says
Well, I
in
guess
there is
there's some
it,
temporary easements, but
The biggest thing it says in there, Troy, is if they hadn't built it within a year, then the easement was null and void.
Oh.
It was a pretty interesting easement to read, because it defines whether you could camp there or not, or whether somebody could sell concessions there.
You could have a bait shop down there, Troy.
Nah. But I could kick them guys off my side of the river.
You can.
There's no easement on that side.
The,
Although I think you get 8 feet or something. Don't you?
the Corps of Engineers has 8 feet of walking rights on the shoreline.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And it doesn't matter where the shoreline is, if it's moved or not, they have 8 feet to bank.
Oh.
But that's the only one I know of that's on waterways, and that's on everybody's river.
So if I walk along the river, I'm not trespassing.
Basically, you are, unless you had some way to get there without crossing
Well,
someone.
You'd have to start at the highway and walk
Yeah,
along the river
you
the
would.
whole way.
Yeah, or jump off the bridge
Yeah.
and walk over to the shore.
And then I guess the
I
other,
fire one warning shot before.
But
yeah,
you can't.
and
board
you
it.
guys do own the bridge? The county owns the bridge that's there.
County owns all the bridges.
Yeah, so if it comes time to tear it out, you'll have to give it up, I guess. I don't know, I suppose that's just merely a motion to let somebody wipe it out.
If you do that, then the road from the highway should just be bladed flat, not even make it accessible.
Well, the USGS wants to pay for fixing that road.
The bridge?
No, the
Or the
road.
road, really?
They wanna put a tip bridge in there so
Yep.
people can walk across and go fishing. Well, Bob does.
I don't want to. That's their plans, not mine.
I think they should just swim across there if they wanna go over there.
They walk across that one that's there now when they do.
Yeah, I know,
that.
I've been there.
You have when they did it? He said he's getting older, so he's not moving quite as fast, and it's getting scarier to go across it.
That's that bridge with no bottom on it?
Yeah.
You just have to walk on the
On the
angle
rails,
irons or
on the
something,
main
rails
main
or-
beams and.
No, there's tread plate on there.
Is there?
Is there part of it covered?
Oh, yeah, all the way across.
All the way across?
There's
Oh,
2
okay.
tread plates going all the way across.
Oh, I remember not having those, I guess, but maybe it did.
That was
And
probably,
maybe it didn't.
that was probably actually the tire tracks before they,
Yeah.
wood went bad.
I wouldn't walk on the decking. There's some pretty good holes in that.
Yeah.
And I said, people still go out and stand on that thing and fish, so.
Hmm.
Fishermen go out on a half-inch ice if they think
I've seen them drive cars on 3.
Yeah. Jeez.
Well, if you got time today, you should probably bring them up to date on the USGS's proposed that we fix. Fix the Ewan Dam. If you wanted any
Do
minutes or not.
I know the proposal?
The proposal is they asked us to look into fixing it. Yeah, they approached us to look into fixing the dam.
I forgot to bring water up,
So,
so you got
so far,
water.
that's what we've done, is apply through the.
Sorry it's so late.
So, they still talking about raising it? I was talking to Larry the other day and he didn't think too much of that stuff.
No, the last time around, he wanted it, because then he wouldn't have to fence so much, but since they're pumping, he don't need to worry about that.
No, what do they want to raise? They were talking about raising the dam 2 feet.
The Ewan Dam?
Yeah.
Oh, that was 4 or 5 years ago.
Oh, I don't
That was before the proposed one on Highway.
Been talking about that for 30 years.
But I'll let you guys get back to business with the votes. I wanted to make sure I got a movie on that day, my own day. Yeah, that should work. Okay.
See about,
know. Hey, Bob, call the meeting to order. Where's the end up there? Is that it? Is that it for the new courthouse, guys?
I do have a question, maybe no one can answer it yet, but
Okay.
what do we do, what has been done on the insurance for the courthouse? I mean, that's gonna come
The
up.
new one?
eventually. Yeah,
Nothing.
that's what I was afraid of.
But we can't do anything about it.
Oh,
Why is that? What are we talking about?
Well, there's
Never
builders,
explained it to
Fill me
you.
in.
there's builder's risk insurance on it right now.
Okay, right now,
Yeah.
they're
Yeah.
covering the insurance.
Yep.
Yeah,
If we do, the building authority's gonna tell us we have to insure it. And if
That's
we
in the,
do,
that's in the lease.
okay, is it in the lease, then we will have to find insurance.
Yep.
As soon as that building is done.
And we can't get the government insurance
And the RF will not cover it.
It's a private.
because it's a private building, we're leasing the building, we don't own it.
So we have more, so you either keep, this one will be up in July. Okay?
This building,
Mhm.
well, we can't drop this insurance.
Well, we don't have anything really budgeted for the other one.
Really?
How come?
None of it was brought up. That will go in with your budgeting stuff.
Give us our 15,000 back we just spent.
It's gonna cost you probably.
We're
I was
cooling,
gonna say it's gonna cost more than that.
we're cooling,
NDRF
we're cooling
gives us
and
a
heating
break.
that monster.
We get a break through NDRF, so it'll probably cost you more than what we pay them. And we pay them about 25,000.
So who gets insurance quotes for this?
We do. We have to get them.
It's never been done before. That was my point. This is way outside the scope of anything Griggs County's ever done.
Right.
They don't go to a private insurer. This needs to go to the private insurer.
I know,
Should
but
they-
there was discussion of this earlier, way back, and I remember Marina saying she was gonna talk to somebody in Grand Forks.
Yeah, it's in the minutes.
Yeah.
No one ever came back on anything on
I mean, why would we go to Grand Forks?
Well, there was discussion of it, and from reading between the lines,
Is that
it
because
was
of Grand
addressed.
Forks?
It was addressed, but the problem is that these two additions are part of the problem. They're too close to insure the building, because it has to be it has to be commercial insurance on the building. And that's how the whole thing about tearing these additions, that was because of the insurance. And then and they got to a point where they just gave up because they couldn't get an answer. So they just gave up.
But I don't believe
I think
The
we
proximity
just-
thing.
Yeah.
No
it
one
was-
brought it up again.
Yeah.
the proximity thing doesn't hold water with me, because
I don't know.
any two buildings on Main Street couldn't be insured if there was a proximity issue. So, do we need to have somebody call these local people, or they must have?
I think the proximity issue wasn't with the new building. The proximity issue was with the insurance on this building.
No. I
That's the
don't
way I understood it.
think so.
So the state of North Dakota would still go,
No. They won't insure that building.
no, this one.
This one they will.
how much does it cost to insure this one?
I think it's 25.
1,000?
Yeah.
I was hoping it was 2,500 a year.
I'd have to look, because they do pay us back some money for an actual, well, it should be in the things I handed out today.
And the voucher, that IRA.
No, that budget deal.
Oh.
The end of the year totals that will be in that under insurance.
But anyway, somehow we need to at least start the ball rolling in that process.
What are you looking
County General.
at? It's not in the general, it's under insurance reserve. Are you on the budget? That's in there, mister.
Where's your table of
That one.
contents?
Yes. There is no table of contents, mister. Mister, keep going.
Page
Keep
3.
going, keep going. Okay, now keep going, it's in general, keep going. Now you got road, should be coming up there. Okay, the premium they charged us was 28, but they paid us back,
23,000.
58. They paid us back 58.
Yeah. We paid.
So it's 23 or 24. 24. No, 58 or 6, so
$23,100.
thank you.
So anyway, I don't imagine that's relevant to what we're gonna pay here in the private commercial one.
And
No,
then
but if we
you'll-
have to maintain this building, we're gonna have to have insurance on it.
Of some sort.
Unless, if you reduce the content insurance, or if that matters, I don't know how I've never looked at the policy, but
The contact goes through State Bar and Tornado, and they aren't that high, and they're on that too.
so are there local insurance companies that have the expertise to do this, or do we need to go to a Vol
No,
or
you need to
some
go to a commercial insurance broker.
Vol or somebody in
From
Fairfield?
And you gotta remember, the state, like I said, the State Bar and Tornado won't cover you either then, if NDIRF, so there's two insurances there.
And see, that 28,000 is just for the structure, it's not for nothing.
Contact, yeah.
Will the state cover the contents of the building, since the great county owns all the contents that'll be in there?
No, we don't. The FF&E is the building authorities.
Well, some stuff is moving over. What about,
No, I don't, the last time
him.
when once Ian had his computer, something happened to it, they wouldn't cover it.
what's his name?
One of the sheriff's deputies or something, they wouldn't cover it.
Red.
How do they put that? They do not cover anything in the building, even if you own it. I can't remember, it was, I'd have to check
So in
again.
other words, the contents of this building aren't insured either.
Yes, they're insured because the building is ours. But if you don't own the building, they don't always insure what's in it because,
Can we get renters in here?
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
The scenario is there's two different insurances. The building burns down.
State Farm.
Who's responsible for the contents? Was it, you know, so we have two different insurance companies at odds, and the one insurance company said, well, it wasn't my client's fault the building burned down, it was your client's vending machine shorted out. And so there we go back and forth trying to point blame, and they can never settle it. So that's why very seldom can you get two insurance companies to group insure the same building because of the liability issues. But then I didn't bring it up for cost. I brought it up because sooner or later we're going to have to
Get it in place.
get it in place, and it's going to. I don't think it's just a walk down to the bank and say, okay, insure it.
And they'll give you a quote while you wait.
Yeah.
Am I covered? Yep, you're covered.
Because of course, you know, it's quite complex. The Bank of North Dakota has to be indemnified on this because of the bondholders. I mean, it's going to be a long, drawn-out process.
They're gonna be the lost payee on the insurance.
Yes.
So who's gonna do it?
I was kind of thinking you would, but but I don't know. I mean, or at least could she get the quotes and bring the questions and quotes back to us?
They're gonna
Start
want to
gathering
walk
them.
through the building.
Oh, they're going to want a bond. They're going to
Start
want
the
to see the
process.
lease agreement. They're going to want to see the bond. They want to see the financing. They want to see everything.
That could be a problem for a third of it right now.
So, I mean, I think the start is just to identify some commercial insurance brokers and see whether or not they're even willing to look at this situation.
The only reason I say ballers is because I know that's who we insured our building with. in
Or can you
Grand
give them a call so you come and see us?
Forks.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah. But you know, the county's gonna pay the insurance on this, and we're not even the lost payee.
No, Bank of North Dakota is a lost payee.
And secondary, the building authority.
Way over my head.
Yeah, read the lease. If the thing burnt down, say it burnt down 19 years from now,
Yeah.
and the little bit of money left to be paid would be paid to the Bank of North Dakota for the bond, and the rest would go to the building authority.
Mm.
They wouldn't have a building to sign over to us, and they wouldn't be obligated to build a new one for us.
Then we better keep this one.
Maybe that was
We
the
might have to
plan.
move
Maybe that was the plan. But no, it's such a one-sided agreement. You know, a net sum lease like that, it's such a one-sided thing that.
Part of it was written because they figured the boards would be the same though too. The commissioners would be the building authority.
Yeah, but the situation's the same.
Yeah.
If it burns or.
I don't know, that probably just another thing that, I'm willing just to say they overlooked a lot of things.
Yes, they did.
Politically correct.
So anyway, we gotta get that sorted.
Thank you.
Budgets.
Budgets.
I'm gonna be like Troy and say, didn't we adjourn? No, I'm just kidding.
He wishes. He wishes. Okay, I have budgets to be signed. The first one I wanted to go over, Jill's, we need to do some corrections with hers. You have copies of the pages. They are, budgets start on page 32. Okay, the problem with the county agents is you gave her 12,000 on those minutes from 11/22 for her employee. And then on the next set of minutes on 12/20, you only cut her budget, you cut her budget 20,000, not the amount that the difference between the wages. So there's 4,000 something flying around.
We meant to increase it from the $12,000 to the $16,000. That was unintentionally.
Oh, you did? Okay,
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Yes, we meant to increase it from the 12 to the 16.
So now it's 18,000 with the extra 2,000 on the next page. On 117, you gave her another 2,000.
That's right.
So now she has 18.
That's right. In my recollection.
She has 2 employees right now.
No, but in
Not
my
enough really
recollection-
budgeted to cover that.
In my recollection, that's
Yep.
correct, isn't it?
Yep.
I don't have the recollection, so
Well, no,
as long as you guys
I
remember
specifically
it.
remember it, because then we finally cut it off, because after she got the 2 times, then she came again and she wanted another 2,000 to go to
She wanted
20.
four.
4 more to go to 22, and then,
Okay, so
But that
was
is right.
done. Okay, okay. Okay, then I will get that one fixed and signed, and she will be happy because it is more than the way I took it.
no, that's how I reckon, yeah.
Okay, so then I have all these budgets that need to be signed. Here is your demo one. It took your courthouse up to 188,451. Here's the county agent. There is a problem with the zoning one. When I went back and was working with it, I found out we paid P&P out of it. And so you will probably have close to 2,000 more that you could probably take from the zoning. It's up to you guys.
PNP?
Printing and.
And you might want to do it
Printing and
because
something.
Oh, okay.
your P&P is going to go over.
Public.
Yeah.
And then the sheriff one, you didn't, when you did the motion on the sheriff, it wasn't for the deputy, so if you want to change that, right now I
We gave him.
I just put a negative 17 up where the salaries were on this budget, because when you did the motion, it was just to decrease it to 17.
That's what we did, because he had the discretion to,
Do with it what he wanted.
Then you will get copies of these
do without
next
what he
meeting.
wanted.
You will get copies of these to put in your budget deals at the next meeting,
Okay,
okay?
all right.
And then the county agents will be done then too, so then I'm done with budget.
I'll get started doing it. How are we gonna do that?
What do you mean? What do you wanna
You said
know?
there's new rules. John said
My
there's
new
rules.
rules is usually I hand out the budgets, then I request them to be handed in, to me, and I'm not gonna do that anymore. Most counties don't even do the budget, any of the budget for them. And the problem is I'm getting blamed for these, and it's actually not my problem.
So you're gonna you'll give them a copy of last year's budget and tell them to prepare a budget for the.
They will prepare their own budget.
The
So what
department,
I'll do is I'm gonna
yeah.
tear my budget that I have into many little pages and email it to them and say, any revenue you get in, any expenses you need to give to the board, They have to realize when they do them, and not all of them do, that their revenue affects their budget. What they spend at the end of the year affects next year's budget. And a lot of them just don't realize that, and you tell them again and again and again. Just like grant money, you know, I'm not their mother. You know, they need to bring in that money.
They need to put that in their budget.
Right.
As revenue.
As revenue.
Yep.
And hand it in to you guys. It won't be to me anymore. And then you guys will set your date, and you're probably gonna have to set it your third meeting in August to get it in time to get a revenue workup.
Is it October 1st or 15th or what was it?
Well, you meet 3 times in September with offices or whoever you decide,
But finalizes is in October.
and you have to finalize it before October 10th.
But you'll be available to advise them, but not do it for them.
Right. And I asked Kelly to change hers because the courthouse grant had always been done up. And I asked her to put that in her line item this year. If she decides that there's something they're gonna do with the courtroom, they need to put it in their budget, and then she could hand in the revenue part of it, and then it gets into the budget. You had an employee exchange last year that screwed some of that stuff up too. Okay?
And what?
Jan was done and Kelly took over. Okay, so the ball was dropped in a lot of ways. I mean, they weren't even gonna do a bond budget, and I says, you gotta have a bond budget. So, I mean, who's responsible? A lot of people are. For everything that happened last year.
I know who wasn't.
Who? You weren't, right? None of you guys were on that part.
But we just need to fix it and have it done correctly. So
So-
they're gonna need some help. But it is better if you teach them, and that way it'll get done rather than depending on you.
Right. They need to learn to do it all on their own.
Yeah. And there's guidelines, you can download it, and it's real easy how it's supposed to be done.
You had questions on budgets?
You just answered them.
Okay.
Very good.
I just wondered when the process started
July.
and how exactly it worked, because it
Budgets go out
doesn't
in
seem
July.
like
Pretty soon we're gonna do that.
it just seemed like we had some huge things that just
The panic.
fell through the cracks.
Yes, they
Cash
did.
is up there
They
flowing
did.
pretty soon.
Gigantic. Mm-hmm.
Can't hardly call that a crack.
No, it wasn't crack. That's a big crack. Big hole.
Cavern?
Yeah.
Yes.
Canison?
Okay.
Budget amendments,
So you are now done with budget stuff.
petition.
Oh, your petition is now.
Not my petition.
Okay. Mine?
I don't know.
I'm not gonna be here, so.
Do we need to look at it? You
Oh,
put
you
that
got
on the
it.
agenda, right?
You got it. I sent it, I emailed you guys
Okay,
with questions.
let me start it off.
Oh, we don't have nothing to look at here. I was supposed to print it off my email.
Yeah. Okay, here's the option. Has the petition been certified yet?
Jamie has to tell me it's good.
Okay, hang on.
And I told him that after I read your email.
And I put the
And
questions to him.
he got waylaid today.
Yeah, okay.
They had some kind of a event that was on last night.
Okay, so we're at the point here where we assume that the petition is valid, and then it says,
It probably is because I think there was an attorney that looked at it, right?
that's fine. We'll just assume, I don't think anybody's gonna fight that it isn't
No.
valid, it's valid. Okay, the final resolution is suspended upon a determination by the county auditor that the petition was timely filed and contains the signatures of sufficient number of qualified electors. The Board of County Commissioners shall reconsider the referred resolution, and if it does not repeal the resolution in its entirety, it shall submit the resolution to a vote of the qualified electors of the county at the next regular election. It's really unclear after that point how this thing goes forward, and I called the Secretary of State, and they didn't have an answer for it, because now we're faced with a problem where we have a resolution on the ballot saying that do we combine the two offices, but because that hasn't been settled, then we have to also have on the ballot for the combination of the two offices, and then we have to have the separate offices. Then if it passes, then how do you proceed from there?
Did you read Jamie's email?
I did.
What did he say?
About the same thing.
Well, the resolution that we passed will be suspended.
Yeah, absolutely.
So if we just suspend it, then it will go on the ballot as an initiative.
Or we can rescind it.
Or somebody can rescind that.
Yeah, we have to rescind it. Okay, here's now after looking at the
If the resolution is rescinded, then the issue goes away and nothing's on the ballot.
correct. Okay, looking at the petition, and it's fairly evident that Connie and Cindy weren't in agreement with what we were doing here. And I have to take some blame for that. I talked with both of them. I assumed that by us asking them if they were in agreement that we would get a straightforward answer, and they did give us a straightforward answer, other than the fact that they felt intimidated by what our response might be if they didn't go along with it. So, if we're faced with a situation where neither one of them want this position combined and run the risk of possibly neither one of them running for the combined position or wanting anything to do with it, faced with the fact that it's an unknown how we're going to do this, I'm in favor of just rescinding it and being done with it and let it play out with an auditor and a treasurer. But that's my opinion in this, because I don't, if it would have been if they would have been able to answer honestly, I would have voted not to go forward with this, because I don't think I can go forward with it if I'm forcing somebody into it. And so what happens then if Connie or Cindy decide not to run, and then we're in the same position as the tax equalization director? There we sit with another void. And that might be okay if we didn't have nothing to do, but it appears like we've got a whole bunch to do here in the next little while. And that's just my opinion on it. And Connie, do you have anything to say? Did I spell it out, or is that?
No, if it was combined, I would run for it.
Okay.
I want to have a job.
Okay.
I don't know if that makes any difference to what you guys want to do, but
I think it makes a lot of difference.
I honestly don't, well, I know, as a combined, doing both offices, I would not do as well as Cindy does for the auditor's part. She knows so much that it would take me forever to learn. I would try, if that's what the public wants, but.
Well, are you going to run? You're certainly going to put your name on the ballot, and you're going to run.
Mm-hmm. I'm
Okay.
So when's your term finished?
April 1st, but
So that is actually the end of the term now.
Of next year,
Next year.
right?
yeah.
Okay.
So can you be upfront with this? Has anybody petitioned for the auditor's position yet?
I know.
Well, you would know.
I would not know. They can get the petitions online.
Right, but it
I
has to turn
won't
in
know until they turn them
seventh, but-
in. Right.
yeah, okay. Okay, so what would you girls suggest? What do you think? What should be done?
I would like to know what what happens if, to my way of thinking, it makes sense if we run separately now because of the petition that's in, and the question's on the ballot, and the vote comes back, no, of course, that's done. If it comes back yes, then I would think as soon as Cindy retires, you would appoint.
Yes.
Whether,
Whether it's in place or not.
yeah,
Yeah, either way.
either way. But if she wouldn't retire, then I would think it would go until the next election. I don't know.
But that's the question Jamie would have to answer, and that's up in
Right.
the air, because that's where the problem comes in, is when I talk to the Secretary of State too, I says, well, what happens if you vote on this question and it passes? Then what happens? You've got two people running for the different offices. Does it take effect right now and it goes to a combined office in November, or do you still, those two people keep their job and your resolution's only good for 2 years, so that makes it no good, right?
No, but at the primary here is one of that question, the question whether it combined will be answered in June. It won't go to that won't be on the November
Right,
ballot.
okay, say if it passes though. You got two people running for different offices here too, besides.
If it passes, they're combined.
Okay,
Are they?
Yes.
That's how the question
It says,
Shall
if the voters approve if the voters approve the resolution, hang on here.
Yeah, I think they're approving the resolution, not the petition, but I don't know.
Right.
But then
Oh.
each person gets the,
Okay,
two people that.
It seems like they would be, but,
The voting on the petition.
oh, I thought they were voting on the resolution, but,
I haven't seen
I
the
thought they were
petition.
voting
How's
on
the
combining
petition?
the offices.
yeah.
that is the resolution.
But I mean, if they vote, a yes vote means they want to combine them.
Right.
I guess, it's not like, yes, we want to follow this petition and keep them separate. I don't think.
No, it's yes.
Okay, so right now, the resolution that we put forward to combine the offices is suspended as soon as the
Petition.
petition is qualified.
Correct.
Okay, then it goes to a vote whether or not the voters think that they should be combined or not. If the voters feel that it should be combined, the resolution goes forward and they are combined. So at that June election, it's going to be decided one way or the other, but at that June election, you're going to have somebody running for the combined position and somebody running for the
Two independent.
two positions also.
So there'll be 3 positions on the ballot.
Yeah.
And the one probably won't have any name by it. Running for auditor by itself might not have, unless,
But that's where the problem is. Okay, they run in June, does that take those two off of there? And it's a combined in the November.
Yeah, so you could run the possibility of having 4 people on the ballot for the combined position in November, the way I see
So
it.
no, that's the problem, because a lot of times if you're running for office, there's some legal things in there. Where if you run, that resolution will not be good for the 4 years, or you know what I mean? There's stuff there that you gotta.
I've read the whole thing, I think I understand it, it's just how the transition.
The resolution can be challenged within 2 years. It's not just.
No, the resolution has to be put forth within 2 years. From the time that we put the pre-resolution out there, we had 2 years to come forward with the final
If you
resolution.
didn't, it's dead.
Yeah, that's the way that works.
no, okay,
And
yeah.
that's why, when you have people running, yeah.
But anyway, you see the problem here. Do we want that problem to? The other option is that we could put it on the. We could put this on the June primary, asking the voters if they wanted a ballot issue, and then it would be in the November ballot, and then it would proceed 4 years after that.
Or isn't that what the petition made it the ballot issue?
No, but we could have, no, the resolution made it a ballot issue, the petition challenged it. You can go just the opposite, where the petition can make it the ballot issue, and then there's no challenge.
Oh, I thought the petition made it so that the people can vote on it now.
No, it did, but there's 2 different ways to get to that point.
Oh, yeah.
But the the petition that's been,
Turned in is gonna make this a valid issue if we don't rescind it. If we rescind it, it's as if it never took place.
But could we rescind it and then it would still be a valid issue?
No. Then it would take a separate petition to make it a valid issue.
so here's my 2 cents worth.
Yeah.
I would hesitate to take it off the table now and take it out of the hands of the voters. Because I think with the publicity that there has been surrounding this subject, there is an expectation that we have put it in their hands. And now to rescind that and to say, no, I guess you don't get to decide. It almost feels like the courthouse thing all over again.
I think that was.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
The costs are a lot different.
I understand that, but the process isn't.
Right.
Yeah, I'm kind of inclined to agree with
And
Troy.
I'm not saying that it matters to me one way or the other how the voters vote, but now they have an expectation that they get
That
to.
they get to
They get
vote
to
on
vote,
it.
right.
Yeah, so that, I'd rather.
I would have a hard time.
And see, a lot of them took it that way, that they were going to be voting on it. When you guys did your thing, most of them think that they are going to be voting on it.
They are. No.
Well,
that's the sense, yeah.
No, it wasn't ever set up that way here.
We didn't have that option as a
No.
county commissioner to present it as a ballot issue, I don't think.
No, in order to start on that would have had to start from the citizens. The way that we did it, started it from this process, and it's supposed to be, that's why it's only 10%, is because then it can be referred to a vote. But the only way we had to start the process was the way we did it. The citizens could have started it with a petition to get it on the ballot, but not us.
So now you know what I think.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I'm just trying to get all sides out here in the open and make sure everybody understands what we're doing.
Yeah, and I think it probably would have to, on the June ballot, it probably, I think we're in agreement, it would have to say auditor treasurer, and it would have your name, I guess, and then treasurer and your name, and auditor, no.
You're not following right. You're voting to combine the office in the June.
No, he said, okay, if we have to have the auditor treasurer combined on the primary,
That has to
and
be
the
on
auditor
there.
and the
That's
treasurer.
what, no. You have an auditor running, you have a treasurer running, and you have a question to combine the offices.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, you don't have a combined audit.
Uh-uh.
No.
I
And that's
thought,
where the problem
Not unless it passes,
Because
then
the
it'd be that way.
petition
I thought our
suspended
final-
your resolution
What's that?
to combine them.
Correct.
That takes that off the.
but we made a final resolution to combine them, so why,
Right.
so why?
But the final resolution is suspended if that petition is approved.
Correct.
It is?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. It is.
Yeah, that made, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Upon approval of the
Certification of the petition
the final resolution is,
is suspended.
So that petition was to suspend the final.
the final
Well, the
resolution.
petition was to put the question on the ballot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And that's just a result of
a
the
side
petition.
result was that it suspended the final.
Yeah, the
Seems like it
final,
would make more sense to have all of those positions on the primary ballot, and if the voters say, no, we don't wanna combine them, then that
I
one
don't
just.
think you can file for one office. I don't think you can file for one.
yeah, it says the final resolution is suspended upon a determination by the county auditor that the petition was timely filed and contained the signatures of sufficient number of qualified electors.
Because the
So-
problem is that they used to have people that would have more, and then they stopped that.
Yeah, but see, I think what happened is, in the worst case scenario is, or the best case scenario, whatever scenario, the scenario that the voters approved the combination, I think you might have 4 people. I think you might have the 2
Okay.
people that were running
I
for
see-
auditor,
I see
the
what
2
you're
people that were
doing.
running for treasurer, all thrown into the pot
All running for one
for
position.
one position, I think is.
But the problem is you're only allowed 2 to move forward.
Mhm.
Yeah. So you,
Well, yeah, but
out
it-
of those 4,
the-
probably
the-
go 2 with the highest.
See,
score.
there's a lot of
So then it-
questions.
Then
This
it
is
would
gonna
sort
hang up.
itself out.
Yeah,
It would sort itself out, because then it would be the biggest vote getter in the auditor position and the biggest vote getter in the treasurer position, and they would move forward to the two.
Yep.
That would have to come from legal.
Oh, I don't know that.
Yeah, because you might have argument on that.
No, I'm just speculating, but
Yeah,
I mean.
no, I understand.
Because it could be the two biggest vote getters are in the treasurer position, and number 3 is the
No,
auditor.
you would never have that.
couldn't do
Well,
that.
it could, right?
No, you couldn't.
Two treasurers.
Not unless you had a whole pile of write-ins.
Well, okay, yeah.
But I mean, I'm just saying, they'll have to cross that bridge when they come to it.
Right.
And
It's just, like I said, it gets to be kind of a mess, but Jamie, it'll fall on Jamie's lap.
Nothing we're not used to.
Okay.
So, and that decision has to be made by April 7th, and our next meeting is on,
4th. And that brings up another question.
Well, this one's my question, because right now, I don't know if I should get a petition out to run for auditor treasurer or for treasurer.
both.
no,
I have to apply to both.
no, just for the treasurer, because the auditor treasurer won't even be unless you, well, if you decide not to turn the petition in, then you can run for auditor treasurer. If you don't certify that petition, then the auditor treasurer position is there. If you certify it, then it's not there, and you'll have to run for the treasurer alone, or the auditor. So you can fix it for us, just don't turn it in, you can run for the auditor treasurer. We don't have a problem. Or fix it for yourself, or fix it for anybody.
Yeah.
I'd say let the people vote on it, but we'll just, whatever you guys wanna do, it's.
Is April 4th too late to make that decision? I mean, should it be
What
made?
decision are you making, Ron?
You can't make, the only decision you could make today would be to rescind. And that is it, because the petition has not been certified yet.
To rescind the election
There is resolution.
Resolution.
before it gets certified, rescinded on Monday by the petition.
No, it gets set aside.
It gets suspended, it doesn't get rescinded.
Set aside, it says, yeah, suspended, yeah. It just gets set aside until the outcome of the
vote.
vote.
Okay.
And then if the voters agree that it should be combined, then that resolution just gets automatically gets put into place.
Okay, I mean, that would be, I guess, my preference, is that it appears on the primary election that people can vote on it. But I don't know if we have to make a motion to do that or not. Okay.
No, but by, the only motion we would ever have to make is if we wanted to rescind it.
Okay, and I don't want to do that
Yeah.
myself, so. I don't-
That's the only motion, that's the only vote it would ever take. If we do nothing, it just, and they turn the petition in, it just goes forward.
It goes into the hands of the public.
Yep.
Okay, okay,
My point was, if I would have known what
yeah.
the circumstances when we started this, I would have just been in favor of leaving them separate
Mhm.
to avoid all this controversy, but that's where it's water under the bridge.
Okay, and then on the primary ballot, it'll say auditor and say treasurer separate.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
not
and
become,
then you'd vote on the two off, the combining of the two offs.
And if they
Unless
say-
you rescind it. If you rescind it, it'd be just auditor and treasurer.
I thought it was just gonna be the auditor and treasurer in any case, isn't it?
It is,
Yeah.
but there'll be, on the
Right.
ballot issue will be whether or not we should have a
Yeah.
combined office.
You're measure two.
Oh, I see what you're
You're measure two. Right now, you have a measure 1 for road.
Yeah,
Your measure 2 will be
yeah.
to vote to combine the offices.
And it'll be worded where yes is to combine, no is to not.
Yes, is to combine, yeah.
And like the state says, they haven't had anyone where this has happened, I guess, so.
And
That's
then,
twice in 1 year that I never had all 5 commissioners put out of office either.
We're writing history now.
You're right, you are. You guys are. That had never happened.
Everybody's gonna have to get new North Dakota study books.
and then in the general election, we'll decide later which two go on there. Or I guess maybe that's decided too. The two of them.
That's something that, because like I said, when you have, Jamie's gonna have to look into, because for me, when you have people running and then you have combining, he's gonna have to answer that when that resolution takes effect. If it does right away, because the state couldn't answer that for me,
Yeah, okay.
okay? They could not answer that.
Oh, if it took effect the next day.
Right. Or it has to wait until after, because you have people running already for those two separate offices. So what happens? Because your resolution deal was only good for 2 years. Yeah. And you vote on it and you put, and they say yes, but you have these people running for separate offices. What's legally right? Since they started running, do they go on to the November election or does it combine? That question's gonna have to be answered.
But not by us.
Not your state's attorney.
No,
It's gonna hurt.
actually, the Secretary of State will have to answer that. We don't, we, because that is covered under state law, and our state's attorney doesn't have that'll have to be answered by the Secretary of State. And they said that.
Did they? Because they wouldn't answer for me.
Well, they told me they didn't know, but it would have to be answered.
Right, and usually they say your state's attorney will answer it.
But there could be more than 2 people on the ballot. There's been instances where there's been more than 2 people running on for
Yes.
I mean,
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, you said the combined take effect right away, but a lot of times when you have people running, you can't disqualify them when you have separate offices running.
Yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
I mean,
So yeah, it gets to be a mess.
We may or may not need to know.
What's that?
We may or may not need to know that.
Right.
As of
Because if it goes down, then it won't matter.
Then it's a moot point.
Right.
Yeah, good point.
But we're gonna need an auditor then come, the problem is, if it stays separate, we're gonna need an auditor come
April.
April. If it would have let us combine it, we wouldn't need an auditor come April, because we would already had one.
Poor God.
Which one?
Right, I mean, we all understand it's a timing issue, that's why this whole thing came up to begin with, but
Well, we were trying to satisfy
sure
the
this-
fact that we were gonna be faced with a vacancy, and we're trying to cover that, but it didn't work out that way.
and Secretary of State didn't foresee that as an issue. I think, the combining of the offices has probably been done, like in Carrington, they did it after they had all that trouble over there, didn't they?
Yeah.
Well, no, that was a temporary.
No, what I'm saying is, Troy, if we don't have anybody running for the auditor's position,
You guys would have to appoint someone.
we'll have to find somebody to appoint. If they were maintained combined, we already had somebody appointed.
Yeah.
And the problem with appointing is you appoint him, okay. It's not like the tax director. When you appoint her, you can fire her or whatever. When you appoint a person in an elected official's position, it's different. It's almost like they're elected. And they come in full
They are
force,
elected.
just
Till
like,
the term is complete.
yeah.
But we're not gonna be able to appoint Connie. Say this thing stays separate. And then now we don't have an auditor, no one ran, we don't have an auditor. We're not gonna be able to appoint Connie to that position because she is still solely the treasurer.
Yeah.
That's what we were trying to avoid.
Well, even if we don't have somebody run for auditor, we're definitely gonna have write-ins.
Yeah, I
You
know,
know,
but
that,
hopefully.
yeah,
That'd be interesting.
I know, that would be very interesting.
That'd be really
We'll
interesting.
end up with Mickey Mouse.
I guess we should, I guess that we should have communicated more before this, because the solution that we had, although probably not perfect, was, I think, probably the easiest in the county and the easiest in the transition. Oh, well.
Time will tell. So we need to put Jamie to work.
Yeah. And I guess maybe we should have done a better job of explaining it to public meetings that this was, why it got to the point where this was a focal point. I guess we all know why that was. This has been retaliation for the recall election. But what happened was here it ended up harming the county over needlessly. I mean, we're gonna be put in the same position now where we're gonna have an unqualified, if this goes down, if they don't combine it, we're gonna have an unqualified auditor, and that is not gonna work very well with us.
Well, whenever a position like that is filled, nobody comes in qualified.
But they would have under this circumstance.
I tell you what, it's
She would have been
no-
semi-qualified with Cindy's help.
No fun coming in. I came in, we had no one to help us.
Yeah.
We called all over the state. It was 2 new deputies, and it is no fun.
Yeah.
Absolutely no fun.
See, we would have had partially qualified, I mean, and now we run the possibility we don't, so we need to at least get it out there to the public that.
But we always ran that risk.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, not really, because under the combined position, when Cindy retired,
no, I
Connie
mean,
was
if
always
they
here.
were so, we ran the risk in,
Yeah.
having vacant positions.
Yeah.
And then in November, if somebody gets 3 write-in votes, we're legally obligated to give them a
Yes.
job?
Yes.
What? No, you have to have 1 or 3.
How many?
Well, to carry you into the general, it's a percent that before you can go on. Do you remember what it was? It's a percent before you can get on the ballot, because
But
commissioners, it's easier.
But
Yours
if-
would be 3.
But if you could write in.
You can do write-ins, and yeah, it would be the 2 top highest people that were voted.
So if one got 3 votes for write-in votes to be the auditor, they'd be our new
Absolutely.
auditor.
If no one else got any votes.
Yeah, if the next person got 2 votes or 1
Right.
vote.
If no one runs in the primary,
Yeah.
if 1 write-in vote is cast in the whole county
Yeah.
in December, that is our auditor.
That's our auditor.
And that's the situation that we were trying to avoid here.
Yeah, that's bad.
And I guess I should have communicated that better,
I move we adjourn.
Okay, so you're on, this is tabled, you're not doing anything more on this?
No.
Okay.
No, there's no motion on the table.
No, there's nothing to do. I mean, it was fairly evident that no one wanted to rescind it, nor would that solve our problem.
Been moved that we adjourn, is there a second to the motion?
Oh, who did the move, Ron?
Sean.
Sean?
Sean.
Okay.
I'll move to second.
Dale seconded the motion.
Oh, before you finish? 18th of April is Good Friday. You need to pick a different Friday.
What's that?
Good Friday's not over.
Is that happy hour? You need to pick a different date besides April 18th.
Well, how about you? I mean, can you make April 17th? If,
I can make the 18th.
well, we can't do that. It's Good Friday, I guess.
Is Good Friday holiday in the county?
Yes, it is.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Yes. And I didn't know, someone else brought it up to me, that it was Good Friday. I was like, what do you mean it's good?
Oh, okay.
Happy Good Friday, because I had an ad that went to the paper, I have to go change it then. That's why I'm bringing it up also. Because you will be doing gravel bids on that date of that meeting, so whatever you pick for that date.
Thursday's fine.
Yeah.
17th then?
You can do Thursday?
I took that whole week off. For cabin.
Are you gonna be stinky when you come in here?
Yeah, right.
1 PM at that date, good too?
Sounds good.
Yeah,
I
okay.
think we all will be.
And then April 4th will be your next one, or do you want a special meeting because of this petition? Or
We
do you
don't
wanna
need to
leave
do
it till April?
We don't
4th?
need to do anything on the petition. You certify it and it's a done deal, right?
Well,
Or do,
Yeah.
we don't have to put the measure on the ballot, do we?
yeah, the measure goes on the ballot.
Yeah, but the county commissioners don't have to act on it.
That's the purpose of the petition, is that that's what puts it on the ballot.
Is that-
Well, then Jamie will have to get the wording for it, so that it's legal.
Sounds like the wording of the ballot measure is a statutory.
Is it a statutory?
Well, it said, he said something in his, he sent me a text and it said, it has to be in such a way that a yes vote means it's a.
That's always that way,
Oh,
on the
okay.
bottom. This is the actual, how you put it in the question.
Proceed.
his happy hours. Getting the
I
best.
think he's getting it right.
Yeah.
I'll second that motion.
So that's been seconded already, yes.
Yeah, Sean, Dale.
Is there any further discussion before we regress any further? Is there any further discussion? Is there any further discussion? If not, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Adjourned. Next meeting is April 4th, 1 p.m. Adjourned at 5:04.
Combined What's that?
There's no shot.
Three other counties that have. I thought it was 11.
Working on,
I thought it was 11.
Good Friday reminds me of Harvey Benson, a new minister
Oh,
in town. And he came
Well, I
over to see
think-
Harvey and
I
shook his
think
hand
they
on the
did-
minister.
I'm
He
guessing
said,
county commissioners
don't have time right now, but wouldn't be a good time to come over and visit with you. And Harvey said, how about Sunday morning?
Had the right.
Oh, and I have not heard any answer from Harold on your pre-audit deal. So,
You asked
he did,
him?
I gave him the minutes.
Okay.